Chairman, meeting producer Sarah Goodall. The live stream is on. You're ready to commence the meeting.
Lovely, thank you very much, meeting producer, and good morning. Good morning, one and all. Welcome to this virtual extraordinary meeting of Cornwall Council. I'd like to extend a particular welcome to members of the City, Town and Parish Councils in Cornwall who are watching our deliberations today. Before consideration of today's business, I'm just going to outline the technical protocols for the meeting. So first of all, today's meeting is being recorded. It's also being live streamed to the public via Microsoft Teams. If the live stream fails and we cannot share the proceedings, I'll adjourn the meeting to give time for access to be restored. If the technical issue cannot be resolved, I will call the meeting to a halt and the remaining business will be concluded at a future date. If a councillor experiences a technical issue, I will adjourn for a short period to try and re-establish their connection. But if it turns out that the technical issue cannot be resolved, we will continue the meeting as we will still remain quorate. The public today can watch the meeting via a live stream via the link in the agenda on the council's website. So those were the technical items. I'm just going to go on to confirm for my fellow councillors the procedures at today's meeting. So colleagues, if you wish to speak, could you indicate that by inserting an X in the chat box? As I call you to speak, I'll remind you to switch on your microphone. We will advise you if for some reason you cannot be heard, so please just assume your microphone is on unless advised otherwise. Do feel free to turn on your video when you're speaking, but please make sure your video and your microphone are turned off at all other times. Voting today is going to be by roll call, with members' names being called out by the monitoring officer. So when your name is called out, please turn on at least your microphone to confirm your vote, unless you are joining by telephone, in which case please confirm your vote verbally. You're also welcome to turn on your screen when you vote, but please do make sure you turn it off afterwards. The monitoring officer will call out your names twice. That's the maximum of twice, unless we are aware of a technical issue. If there is no response, the monitoring officer will move on and the vote will be called on that basis. Where a member has declared a non-registerable interest, a disclosable pecuniary interest, or an interest by virtue of any trade union membership, they must leave this virtual meeting. Their departure will be confirmed and they will be invited to rejoin the meeting at the appropriate time. So to assist in facilitating this meeting, and in order to give as many members as possible the opportunity to speak, in accordance with practice at our previous meetings, I've again today made the decision that members' speeches will be, as a rule, reduced from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. Now, this 2-minute rule applies to all speeches, whether a councillor is proposing or seconding a motion, raising issues as part of the debate, summing up or responding to questions. In some cases, members have asked in advance if they may be permitted to speak for longer than 2 minutes. I will confirm where this is the case during the meeting. If councillors, anybody needs to leave the meeting and you will not be returning, please can I ask you to confirm this in the sidebar by just leaving us a message in the chat bar, please. Finally, I'm planning to have a break for 20 minutes just before the debate on amendment number 5. I'm estimating this will be around 12 o'clock today, 12 noon. Members of the public, if you're watching, just remain on the same link during the break. So those conclude my introductory remarks, and we're going to move on to the first item on the agenda today, which is our prayers. And councillors, I'm really pleased to be able to invite our very own Councillor Mary May, who's going to lead us in prayers today. Councillor May, Vice Chairman, could you come on, please? Are you with us, Mary? I can see your
I am. Then sorry,
there we go.
Going on. Got the phone going off. My apologies and good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Dear Lord, as we gathered around our screens and phones today at this extraordinary meeting of Cornwall Council, please guide us to make fair decisions for our parish and town councils across Cornwall. Help us be respectful of our councillors' opinions as we come together for the betterment of Cornwall and its residents. We pray also for the officers who have been part of your deliberations today. Across Cornwall, we are mindful of the forthcoming, and we pray as a council that these necessary measures won't do too much harm to our much-loved communities. If you'd like to join me in the Lord's Prayer, please do so. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses.
Hello.
We forgive those who trespass, and lead us not into temptation, but thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you, John.
I can't hear you. I can't hear. You're breaking up.
Meeting producer, could you check with Anonymous, please?
Yes, Councillor Frank, I think we've got our public callers are bypassing the lobby. We've got an anonymous caller joining us. Is that one of our public speakers? Could you please give me your name, please?
Sorry, my name is Dawn Rogers.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Rogers. If you could just stay on the line, please. The chairman will call you to speak your question shortly. Thank you very much. Yes, I think we'll probably have the public callers joining the meeting automatically, Councillor Frank, but I'll keep an eye out for them and check who they are once we get to public speakers.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you, meeting producer. Welcome to members of the public, and thank you to Councillor May for leading us in prayers. It was very special to have one of our own councillors leading us. So now we're going to move on to agenda item number 2, which is apologies for absence. On my list so far, councillors, I have councillors Chopak, Daw, French, Harding, Holly, Olivier, Rand, Rule and Ver. I'll just read through those again. Councillors, if there is anybody that I've missed, please could you indicate in the chat bar on the side, please. So I'll read through that list again in alphabetical order. They are councillors Chopak, Daw, French, Harding, Holly, Olivier, Rand, Rule and Ver. Councillors, are there any other people that you know, any other councillors that have offered their apologies today? I have a message that Pete Mitchell has sent his apologies, and I have a message in this chat bar on the side that Councillor McCarthy has sent his apologies. So we'll add those in. That's Councillor Pete Mitchell and Councillor McCarthy. Any other councillors that you know of? No, I'm just giving a couple of minutes or a couple of seconds for Councillor Ian Thomas. I've had a message in the sidebar from Councillor Ellenbrook that Councillor Ian Thomas also sends his apologies. Okay, if there are no other apologies, I will move on. Oh, and I have another message in the sidebar in the chat bar here that Councillor Fonk has also sent his apologies. Councillors, is there anybody else who needs to be recorded as sending their apologies? No, in which case I will move on. I'm getting a bit of feedback. Yeah, are there people hearing it echo?
Sarah Goodall, meeting producer. Our public speakers have joined us by telephone. Our public speakers, could you please check you haven't got the live stream running in the background, because we do have a bit of feedback.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Oh, I'm still getting a little bit of feedback. I can hear an echo when I speak, but we will plough on. So agenda item number 3 is declarations of interest. Oh, sorry. Before then, I'm getting a message in the chat bar that from Councillor Fonk himself saying I have not offered my apologies. I'm in the meeting. So could we strike Councillor Fonk from the apologies? He is actually in the meeting, so he did not need to offer his apologies. Okay, I'm going to move on to declarations of interest. In accordance with the Constitution, I'm now going to take declarations of interest from any members for any item on the agenda. Will members please indicate any items in which they have an interest and the nature of that particular interest? In respect of agenda item number 6 today, the advice for members who are town and parish councillors, as well as a Cornwall councillor, or for any members who may be members of the panel dealing with the community governance review, the advice from a monitoring officer is that you do not normally need to declare a non-registrable interest when dealing with CGRs, with community governance reviews. So the reasoning for this is that taking past guidance on planning matters and the fact that there is no personal gain, there is no interest that arises, even though elected members are a member of a group or a body that is affected by the decision. So just to repeat that, the advice from a monitoring officer is that Cornwall councillors who are twin-hatted, who are also members of town or parish councils, or indeed the city council, do not need to declare an interest here. So I'm going to turn to the chat box now, and I have, let me see, Armand Toms, Jackie Bull, have indicated they wish to speak. So if I could call in Councillor Toms first, please.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. I've got to declare an interest as a non-registrable interest, so I will leave the meeting in the item for the Liscard Loo network area, the Ten Creek area, that's the area between Liscard and Menheniot.
Sorry, Councillor Toms, could I just confirm, is that around the amendment number 9?
No, it's the whole area. If it's discussed, I would wish to leave the meeting. I see, I understand. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Toms. Councillor Bull, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman and colleagues. I have a minor interest. I live in Chandler's Walk, which is recommended to move from St Austell to St Austell Bay Parish. It's not challenged, it's agreed on all sides, it's not related to any amendment today, so I feel able to vote on the amendments and the overall recommendation, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Thank you, Councillor Bull. Councillors, is there anybody else who wishes to raise a declaration of interest? Councillor Musto.
Thank you, Chair. I have, in the same manner as Councillor Bull, I have an interest in a non-contentious area, Aglet's Way, that's moving from Penshurst Valley to St Austell Parish. Lovely. Thank you. That is noted. Anybody else, councillors? I'm not seeing any other messages in the side box, in the sidebar. No, I'm just going to give you a couple of seconds more. I can't see anything in the sidebar now, so I'm going to move on then to agenda item number 4, which is Chairman's announcements. Councillors, as we are all aware, the Prime Minister announced a second national lockdown. It comes into force from Thursday. I'm sure that, like myself, the news has left you feeling disconcerted as we head into the winter months. We all know the negative effects that last spring's lockdown had, both economically and for our collective mental health. However, looking at the public health data that we have available, I've just lost my page. Looking at the public health data we have available, it is clear that while cases in Cornwall are lower than other areas of the country and other areas of the southwest, we are also beginning to see a rise in the number of cases, with a spike in the figures, particularly over the past week. So in Cornwall, these cases are currently affecting younger age groups, and we are not yet seeing the rise in infections in people aged 60 and over, which is causing such great concern across the rest of the country. We can only hope that these tighter restrictions will prevent the spread of the virus into our older generations and will then help to reduce the growing pressures on our health services. So colleagues, this is a crucial moment, and we will be asking our residents to join with us to continue to follow the public health advice and help protect us, one and all. As councillors, we will be continuing to play a key role in reassuring our residents over these tough weeks ahead. We will also be called upon by local businesses who will once again be forced to close after already losing so much trade this year. It is our role to stand up for residents, and as we all did back in the spring, I'm sure we will once again step forward to offer our support.
Our website, our Cornwall Council website, remains a first and important place to get the latest up-to-date information. And our dedicated email address remains the quickest and most reliable way for COVID queries to be dealt with. I urge councillors and members of the public to contact us using the email address. I'll say it now, it's COVID-19, so that's COVID-19 at cornwall.gov.uk. COVID-19 at cornwall.gov.uk. One of the impacts of COVID-19 is that we will not be able to hold commemorative remembrance events in our traditional ways. So, colleagues, I would therefore like to invite you to join me now in a minute's silence in respect of Remembrance Sunday. I believe, meeting producer, you have a slide that you're going to put up?
Yes, I'll put that up now, Chairman.
Thank you. And I'll just read a few words once your slide is up. So they shall not grow old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. When you go home, tell them of us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today. Thank you, colleagues. And let's just remember that the red poppy, it's a symbol both of remembrance, but also of hope. Hope for a peaceful future. This has been a tough year, but despite the stress and the strain of dealing with the pandemic, it has also been inspirational to see how we have pulled together as a community to support each other through this crisis. I'm sure that we can do so once again. We will come through this. We will emerge stronger on the other side. So now I'm going to move to agenda item number 5, which is questions from the public. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that, as agreed by Council, up to 30 minutes be given for questions from the public. In view of the recording, I will be asking the member of the public to read out their question. Where the member of the public is not present, I will read the question myself, but I'm pleased to say that all 3 members of the public who are putting a question have joined us today on the telephone. Welcome to all 3 of you. Please note that as this is an extraordinary meeting, questions must relate to items, to issues on the agenda only. So public question number 1 comes from Mr. Browning in St. Austell. Mr. Browning, good morning, welcome. I believe you're on the line. I'm hoping you're on the line.
Mr. Browning, it's the meeting producer, Sarah here. Mr. Browning, you've been muted. I believe if you press *6 on your telephone, that should unmute you and you'll be able to speak.
Hello.
Oh, good morning. Hello. Back to you, Chairman.
Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Browning. Could you hear it? We can hear you now. Lovely.
Fine. I do apologise. I didn't know about *6. Here we are. My question relates to Area 10 on the agenda, item number 1001, which is Carlisle Parish. And the question is that at the 26th of February meeting, the Electoral Review Panel Chair promised a further Gwallon Keys consultation. That promise was broken. And yet, in a closed meeting on October the 3rd, the panel ignored the officer's recommendation. That panel was dominated by St Austell town councillors, 2 of them not even panel members, with no representation whatsoever from Carlisle Parish. Why, without consultation, should Gwallan Keys residents pay an extra £90 annual precept for Band D for no benefit? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Browning. I'm going to invite Councillor Malcolm Brown to respond to your question. Councillor Brown is the chair of the Community Governance Review Panel. Councillor Brown,
Yeah.
could I call you in, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I check first of all that I am audible, given the earlier difficulties?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Good. Okay. I will read the following reply. I have enjoyed many dealings over the last 30 years with Mr. Peter Browning. I have the greatest respect for his service to the communities of St Austell and Carlisle Bay, including how he has championed the causes of the environment, the provision of health facilities, care for those with learning disabilities, and parish level democracy. I admire the fact that he pursues causes in which he believes with great stamina and determination. I therefore greatly regret that his series of questions are based on a number of misconceptions. 26th of February 2020 was the date of the Community Governance Review public meeting in St Austell, which I chaired. I did then promise that there would be further consultation, but of course the pandemic outbreak began soon afterwards, and this became impossible. The panel has, however, been advised subsequently that the consultation which it led at different stages of the review was adequate and indeed more than national regulations required. The electoral review panel meeting at which Gwallan Keys was discussed was on the 6th, not the 3rd of October. There was no provision for public speaking, but it wasn't a closed meeting. It was conducted in exactly the same way as other committees of the council are at present, with the public able to listen in, as I know many people did on that occasion. Those councillors who were present as Cornwall councillors, not parish or town councillors. The panel was not dominated by St Austell town councillors. I was the only panel member who represented a St Austell electoral division. In fact, 3 others represented other areas of what was the southern part of the former borough of Restormel, and the other 6 represented other parts of Cornwall. Councillors Bull and Pears were present as local Cornwall councillors and conducted themselves in exactly the same way as other local Cornwall councillors did in relation to other parts of Cornwall when they were discussed. It was unfortunate that Councillor French, whose electoral division includes Carlisle Parish, was unable to attend for reasons which are accepted. Finally, Mr. Browning mentions how much extra precept future residents of Gwallan Keys might have to pay. Whether the sum quoted is correct or not, the advice the panel has been given is that this is not a factor they should take into account. Whether the extra that they would pay would be for no benefit must be a matter of conjecture, but I suspect St Austell Town Council would certainly not agree. To conclude, the 5 issues set out in the draft minutes of the panel meeting probably reflect well the basis on which the panel came to its decision. I sense that due regard was paid to the recommendation that officers gave, but members balanced that with other considerations. That's the end of my reply.
May I, Madam Chairman, ask a supplementary from that, please?
You certainly may, Mr. Browning. Fire away.
Thank you. I note what Councillor Brown says. It does nothing for me, I'm afraid. But given that up to 200 new households will forever be penalised with, I promise you, £90 is from the precept figures on the website. You can check them yourself. That £90 for a Band D, and it will rise over the time over the future for absolutely nothing by way of benefit. Would you please, Councillor Brown and Madam Chairman, ask all members to search their souls deeply when the vote is taken as to why this penalty should ever be applied to these dear souls that are coming into new houses? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Browning. Councillor Brown, do you wish to respond to that?
Yes, I'm only going to give a brief response because I think Mr. Browning is making a further contention which is totally credible from his perspective. But I just have to repeat that the impact of boundary changes on individual council taxpayers isn't an issue that that Cornwall Council today is being asked to take into account. I think this will be discussed later on the amendment, so I probably don't need to add anything further at this stage. But again, I do thank Mr. Browning for his courtesy.
Yes, and I thank Mr. Browning for your interest that you're taking this as well, and the way you are sticking up for, as it were, the residents. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you indeed, Chairman. Cheerio.
Cheerio. Before moving on to public question number 2, I do note that in our chat box we have 2 councillors who have put an X in the chat box. Can I just point out that constitutionally at this stage you cannot ask questions around a public question. Is it a point of order, or perhaps you have not misheard, or you're not able to hear? Can I just check with Councillor Taylor and Councillor Wallace whether you have the point of order or not? Okay, Councillor Wallace has withdrawn his X. Councillor Taylor, do you have a point of order you wish to raise?
No, I don't, Chair, and I'll withdraw my X.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to move on then to public question number 2. Mr. Muscat from St Austell, hopefully you can hear me.
Meeting producer here, Mr. Muscat. If you could press *6 on your phone, that will unmute you, Mr. Muscat.
Is that better?
Oh yes, we can hear you, Mr. Muscat. Welcome.
Excellent.
Perhaps you would like to put your question. Hello.
Hello. Thank you. My question is, has the Electoral Review Panel and Cornwall Council taken full regard of Pension Valley Parish Council's submission that the boundary between St Austell Town Council and Pension Valley Parish Council should be the strategic link road between the A390 and the B3273, which is in clear contention with the Town Council?
Thank you, Mr. Muscat. As with the previous public question, I'm going to hand over to Councillor Malcolm Brown to respond to your question. Councillor Brown, again, is the chair of the review panel. Councillor Brown.
Thank you. I can give a shorter reply to this one. The Electoral Review Panel at its last meeting spent a considerable amount of time discussing the options that seemed to present themselves for the future of the Trewhiddle area, which is the area to which the question relates. Several members, including myself, represent electoral divisions in or close to St Austell and have attended previous meetings when the area was considered. So I think that collectively we understood the issues. I also assume that officers took full account of the parish council's submissions in formulating their recommendations, which turned out to be very close to what the panel agreed. The panel was also familiar with the views of Pension Valley Parish Council throughout the review from what we had read and heard, and had of course studied the officer report. Councillor Musto was present at the meeting, and my interpretation of the case that he put to us was that his views aligned very closely to those of the parish council. Members listened carefully to him and the two other St Austell Cornwall councillors who attended. The panel then debated the arguments thoughtfully, but in the end my impression was that they concluded that using the strategic link road as the new boundary, so putting part of the new development in one parish and part in another, wasn't the best outcome. They agreed some minor adjustments to the boundary recommended, but in the end felt that the estate would relate better to St Austell than to Pentuan Valley. It is understood fully that the parish council and the town council had different opinions on this. That's the end of my reply.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Mr Muscat, do you have a supplementary question you would like to pose?
No, Madam Chairman, I do not, and I thank Councillor Brown for his response.
And I thank you, Mr Muscat, for taking an interest in this issue and for coming in with the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And then we welcome Mrs Rogers from Launceston, who has a question around, so it's public question number 3. Mrs Rogers, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Good. And welcome. We can hear you loud and clear.
Hello.
So, hello. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to ask the question. Although it's got Launceston on the for my telephone number, which I appreciate, it's actually South Petherwin. So I'll make that clear. It's not Launceston. My question is, please, will the members of Cornwall Council please support the view taken by South Petherwin Parish Council and the residential properties affected in regards to the proposed boundary changes at Pennygillam Industrial Estate? And we ask that it is no change, please. Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Mrs Rogers from South Petherwin. Councillor Brown, could I invite you to respond, please?
Yes, that could be treated as a question to the whole council, and I hope everybody has listened to it. But I'll give my reply as chair of the panel. Thank you for the question, Mrs Rogers. Pennygillam is one of the largest industrial estates in Cornwall and highly prominent because it runs right to the south of the busy A30. It is divided into 2 parishes by a historic boundary. So I think the electoral review panel has been open to arguments that it might be better if it was all in one parish. However, we have also observed that there is not a consensus locally as to how that might best be done. So last year we recommended the council to make no change. They agreed, and that was put out for public consultation. This year we felt, after further discussion, that it might be best to refer this to the next council to give further thought to the matter. However, later in the morning in the meeting, the council will consider an amendment from 2 local members and will be asked to stick to a policy of no change. That approach might well receive considerable support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Mrs Rogers, do you have a supplementary question?
I don't, and if it's appropriate, I would just say thank you very much to Councillor Brown, because I have listened intently with all the review panel meetings, and I would say thoroughly enjoyed every one. So thank you, Chairman, very much indeed.
Oh, no.
To speak.
No, thank you, Mrs Rogers. It's good to hear that a Cornwall Council debate is enjoyable sometimes.
Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, and stay safe.
Thank you, and you. Bye-bye.
Bye. So that was our final public. That was our final question from a member of the public, councillors. So we're now going to move on to item agenda number 6. and that is, of course, the community governance review, the recommendations arising from stage 4 of the review. So I'm just going to outline some of the procedures that we're going to adopt today. So first of all, I'm going to invite Councillor Malcolm Brown, Chair of the Community Governance Review Panel, to move the recommendations, and then Councillor Cole to second them. They are set out on pages 3 and 4 of your documents. I have permitted Councillor Brown 5 minutes to speak. I feel it's important that he can provide us with a general introduction to the background, the work of the panel to date, and an explanation of the next steps in terms of the formal consultation process. At this stage, I would also like to confirm that I've received confirmation from Councillor Hawkin today that she has withdrawn her amendment. She had originally tabled an amendment relating to Liscard Menheniot, and I'm just looking through my documents. It was amendment number 9. This has been withdrawn today, so we will not be debating that particular amendment. So, Councillor Brown, before I invite you to speak to this, I'd like to extend my grateful thanks to you, to your Vice Chair, Councillor Cole, to members of the panel, to Cornwall councillors, to Cornwall Council officers for your dedication, for your time in shaping this debate. I'd also like to thank members of Cornwall's town and parish councils for their expertise and for their insight. Navigating a course for these boundary changes has been a very complex task, not made any easier by the fact that our journey has taken place within the storm of the pandemic. But I am extremely proud and somewhat relieved that we have managed to reach this juncture. So I really do thank you all very much indeed. So, Councillor Brown, over to you. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I endorse what you've just said, and I only want to make a few brief introductions to the debate. Firstly, there are a lengthy set of amendments on pages 3 and 4 of the agenda, which I will now move formally. If there are questions or issues about those recommendations, I think it's best if they're taken during the general debate after we've gone through all of the recommendations. Otherwise, there may be some confusion. The recommendations have been laid before the electoral review panel and have been explained to us by our officers, and they basically set out the legal and other processes that have to follow if as and when the council makes decisions later today, so as to ensure that changes can take effect in the elections scheduled for May next year. I am well aware that this review has been very fraught for many parish councils. I've been at difficult meetings, and it's clear that many areas there are still big disagreements, some of which are being debated today, some not. And it is impossible with an exercise like this to end up with a set of outcomes that please everybody. But I do say that the panel collectively have tried the best we can. I want to thank, a bit like you have, Madam Chairman, the officers who've given us very good advice, have worked very hard, especially picking up the review after the pause that was necessary because of the pandemic. All of the panel members, especially those who went out to the public meetings that we had in 2 stages, to divisional members, especially those who've been most active and have followed through the review at all stages, to parish councils and to individual members of the public, and also residents groups who in some areas have played a big part. But as I said, at the end of all of this, there are different opinions. I want everybody today to be respectful in the comments that they make, to accept that other people will be speaking who will probably disagree with them, but they will speak equally sincerely as the other members. The only other thing I really need to say is that some of the recommendations including those coming from the panel, ask the next council to pick up the work. Now, we can't dictate to the next council what it does. It is a sovereign body. But it was clear to us when we resumed the review that some of the issues were so complicated, had so many members taking prominent positions that were different, that it was totally impossible to deal with them all in this council, and if we tried to, we could have lost everything. So we settled in the end on the ones which we thought either were non-controversial or where the different arguments were clear, and it was reasonable for the panel and now for Cornwall Council to come to a view. The final point I do want to make, Madam Chairman, is that I'm really pleased that so many members are here today. If your parish is not directly affected, it's understandable that you might have felt other things were more pressing. But I do just have to make the point that it is really essential that this meeting remains quorate until the end. If we can't pass a motion at the end, whatever it says, with adequate numbers, that means the whole review fails, and therefore nothing at all will change in May. But that's it. And finally, the Vice Chairman speaks next. The Vice Chairman and I have got on incredibly well throughout this, and it's probably been helpful that, in fact, on many of the local issues, we've taken different opinions. I think it's healthy to have a diversity of opinions, and I like to think Dick and I have talked through issues in a sensible way, and we haven't fallen out, and I'm sure we're not going to, whatever happens today. Thank you, Madam Chairman and Council, for your patience.
Chairman, your microphone's muted. Meeting producer, Sarah.
Lovely, thank you, Sarah. I'm having a few problems with connection as well. But Malcolm, sorry, my internet connection dropped out a part of the way through that. Can I just check whether you propose the additional recommendation, the wording on top of page 23 of the meeting papers?
You are quite right that I didn't propose the additional recommendation, which I should have done, so I will include that as part of the overall recommendation. Thank you for picking that up.
Okay, lovely, thank you. Could we then, I'd like to invite Councillor Cole, who's the Vice Chair of the panel. Actually, I'm thinking though, Malcolm, do you have it in front of you? If not, I have it here. Perhaps I should read it out just for clarification. So the extra recommendation is that it goes on to the very end, so it will become 1.5 and then 4. It reads, should any consent requested from the Local Government Boundary Commission for England be delayed or refused, a further report will be brought to Council. So that's the additional recommendation that you are proposing. That is correct, is it, Councillor Brown?
Yes, yes, that is the correct wording of what I wish to propose. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Before I bring in Councillor Cole as Vice Chair, I see that Councillor Desmond has raised his hand. Is it a point of order, Councillor Desmond?
No, I'm moving on. It was an accident.
Okay, lovely. Thank you, Councillor Desmond. Councillor Cole, as Vice Chair of the panel, could I invite you to second the recommendations, please?
Certainly. Good morning. Yes, I'm pleased to second and concur with what Malcolm has just said. I'd also like to thank everyone who's been involved in the process, and I think it's quite remarkable how much work we've actually got through in the past few weeks, given the circumstances. I'd also agree that we've certainly had some very lengthy debates, and there's certainly not been unanimity on many of the votes, but it's all been done in a good spirit. And as Malcolm says, he and I have often taken contrary positions, and I do agree that is healthy, and I hope today's proceedings are done in a similar vein. I would just add that obviously, because people have been voting differently, I'm happy to second the recommendations as set out, but there may be the odd amendment which I will support because it better reflects what I was arguing in the actual panel meetings. So back to you, Chair.
Lovely, thank you, Councillor Cole. So in accordance with Council Procedure Rule number 14.6, I reserved the right to request that amendments were required to be submitted 5 working days in advance of today's meeting. Councillors, no further amendments will be considered at today's meeting. So we now have 9 amendments to proposals as set out in the supplementary pack. I plan to take these in order of community network area as set out in the original agenda. So if proposers and seconders are not present today, I will look for an alternative proposer or seconder. If such a councillor is not forthcoming, then the amendment will fall. So I will announce each amendment in turn and refer you to the relevant page in the original report pack and the page number for the supplementary pack. Maps will be shared to support the debate on the amendments. So the proposer and then the seconder will each be given 2 minutes to speak on their amendment. Following this, I will bring in the chairman and or the vice chairman of the electoral review panel to comment, and then I will open the debate up to the wider council. I see that we have a couple of questions here. We will vote on each amendment in turn, but I'm just going to go over to Councillor Pollard. Do you have a question about the procedure? Councillor Pollard first.
I do indeed. Thank you very much, Chairman, and good morning, everybody. It's on the fact that I understand that no further amendments can be made, but I have raised this morning a query on Community Network 2, page 41, no sorry, recommendation 41 of the papers. It's a very simple matter in the sense that it's not about a boundary change, but Hale Town Council made a request for a consideration of its internal warding arrangements. As you know, the boundaries for Hale and Gwynedd have been changed drastically, and it's meant that there is a dysfunctional warding arrangement being recommended for Hale, which we wish to change. We were asked to comment on it, which we did on the 2nd of September, but I see that that hasn't been considered by the panel. The recommendation we're voting on says that we are still asked to submit information that we've already submitted, and obviously I've only learned this morning that while I was told that the work of the panel was ongoing, in fact if we don't get an amendment today, then it won't be able to be changed from May 2021. Therefore I just wanted some information please on that, because our understanding was that it was being dealt with by the panel. We had made the response as required, and that the work of the panel was ongoing. We need this change for May 2021. I'm at a loss what we can do about it.
Thank you, Councillor Pollard. I think I'm going to invite Councillor Brown to speak to that. Is that the best way forward? Councillor Brown.
Yes. I understand what Councillor Pollard is saying. My understanding, though, is that this was on the agenda at, I think, the first of the 3 final round of meetings that the panel had, and we didn't make any firm recommendations on that. It seems to me that this is an issue which doesn't affect any other parish or any other Cornwall councillor. So what I'm wondering, if officers can email me something which I can look at during the 20-minute break, I would be quite happy to add a recommendation to the effect that it be delegated to the next meeting of the panel, which is taking place later this month, to deal with the issues. If for the sake of argument, Councillor Pollard was saying that he wanted to change the boundary between Hale and Gwynedd, I wouldn't respond the same way. But given that it's a purely internal matter related to Hale Town Council, I think it's really important that as Cornwall Council we be as helpful as possible. I also don't want to fall out with Councillor Pollard. Thank you.
Can I say, Chairman, thank you, Malcolm. I'm very grateful. It is entirely within the boundaries of Hale Town Council, as are. and therefore I welcome that movement, and if it could be debated at the end of the month and again brought to full council in time for a change for 2021, that's exactly what we require. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could I just check, Monitoring Officer, are you comfortable with that?
Good morning, members. So my name is Melanie O'Sullivan. I'm Cornwall Council's Monitoring Officer. So, Chairman, if we may, we'd like to take that offline during the adjournment, and we'll confirm the officer's advice in the second part of the meeting.
Okay. Thank you. So I also have Councillor Andrew Mitchell, who has raised a question. Councillor Mitchell, can I bring you in?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman, and good morning, one and all. Fairly similar to Councillor Pollard's issue, not to move great changes to boundaries, but on page, I think it was 42, under St Ives, it says that that no recommendations for change were made and no submissions were received. We did have a lot of interaction with, I believe the gentleman's name was Stephen Taylor, and Ruth Naylor was also copied in, the last exchange being on the 11th of March, which I'm sure was just a day or two before lockdown, asking for links to the maps for St Ives to be sent, as we were questioning the number of new wards to be created, their names and their boundaries. So there was certainly interaction with Cornwall Council officers from St Ives over what was being proposed, and we just have some ambiguity, I think, over 54 on page 42, the recommendation that no change be made to the parish arrangements for St Ives Parish. Would Councillor Brown or any officer be able to clarify whether that is no change to what currently exists or no change what was originally proposed? Because the town council did want no change, certainly for the May elections, but that was in the belief that no change meant things stay as they say. Things stay as they are and not change to what was being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Malcolm Brown, perhaps I could bring you in again, please.
Yes, thank you. I hope the meeting's going to get better soon for me. This is a bit more difficult than Hale, because the officer report, paragraph 53, is very short and it's open to interpretation. No new substantive points were raised, nor further proposals made during the public consultation. That doesn't say that no new points were made, it's points that were not substantive to officers. So if you like, that was an officer assessment, not a member assessment. I think it's unfortunate that none of the St Ives members were present at the panel meeting when St Ives was dealt with as one of the uncontentious parishes. I'm not sure that I can come up with anything as a extra recommendation. I think the best I can offer is that the Vice Chair and I will be meeting officers after the meeting later today. I think if we discuss what, if anything, we can do, and it may be a meeting, an informal meeting can be arranged with the 3 Cornwall councillors who represent St Ives to see what if anything really is important to be advanced quickly, and what Cornwall Council can do. But I don't want to go into further detail than that today. So I think that's the best I can offer.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chairman, to Councillor Brown. That would be really appreciated. Thank you very much.
Chairman, meeting producer Sarah, your microphone is muted.
It is indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Yes, thank you, especially to Councillor Brown for being accommodating with these. So we are now going to move on to the amendments. Each amendment will be voted on in turn. So amendment number 1, councillors, you will find this on agenda pack page 22, also on page 4 of the supplementary pack. It concerns Paul and St Buryan. It's been proposed by Councillor Hawkins and seconded by Councillor Sue James. So I'm going to invite Councillor Hawkins to move the amendment. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. I propose this amendment to adjust the composition of the new parish council from 18 warded to 12 unwarded on the grounds of population figures. The parish of Poole, which does not include the village of Poole, has about 200 on its electoral register. The parish of St Buryan has about 1,000 and is growing. The initial recommendation would be disproportionate. A parish council of 18 would be unusually large in relation to local parishes of similar size, and I ask you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor James, Councillor Sue James.
Thank you. I'm very happy to second this amendment, and I hope it will be one of the less contentious ones that we might be discussing today. And to give context, St Just in Penwith Parish has 12 councillors on it, and that involves a town as part of that. That too is unwarded. And so this seems a very reasonable recommendation. I think if it were to go to 18 for that new parish, then I think the difficulty would be they'd probably rarely get enough people putting their names forward, and I think sort of elections would be totally unheard of. And speaking from my own area, you know, we have had occasions where we haven't managed to get 12 names. We have had others when, you know, we've had a sheet of wallpaper to vote on. But, you know, I do support this. I think it's much more realistic, and I don't think it's in any way controversial.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor James. So at the moment I have the chair of the panel, Councillor Brown, to speak, and I've been informed that your vice chair will not wish to speak on this, so it's just you, Chair, unless, Dick, you know differently. Pop a little X in the box if you do wish to, if you have the urge to speak, Vice Chair. So Councillor Brown.
Yes, I can be very brief. I fully support the amendment, and I would hope the panel and the council collectively will. I think what has happened is that there was quite a bit of discussion at the early stages of the review as to whether this parish merger ought to take place. That was the main issue at that point, I think agreement for that was coming forward. I don't think perhaps the details were looked at it as much as they should have been. The amendment puts that right, and I hope council will vote for it.
Lovely, thank you. That's helpful, actually, Councillor Brown. I'm not seeing an X from Councillor Cole, so I think we're going to move to the vote on this, councillors, unless there is anybody else who wishes to speak. No, I don't think there is. So, calling in the monitoring officer, could you lead us through the roll call, please?
Yes, certainly, Chairman. So members, as confirmed, I'll read out your name. It's in alphabetical order. If you can confirm for, against, or abstention. As confirmed by the Chairman, I will read your name out twice. If I don't receive your vote in that time, I will proceed to call the outcome of the vote. So starting with the first councillor, Alvey.
4.
Atherfold.
4.
Barnes.
4.
Bastin.
4.
Batters.
4.
Biggs.
4.
Biscoe.
4.
Jeff Brown.
4.
Malcolm Brown.
4.
Bull.
4.
Burden.
4.
Buscombe. Councillor Buscombe, are you able to confirm your vote? Moving on. Callan.
4.
Code.
4.
Cole.
4.
Collins.
4.
Crago. Councillor Craig, are you able to confirm your vote? Move on. Councillor Quaker.
4.
Davis. Councillor Davis, are you able to confirm your vote? I'll move on, members. Desmond.
4.
Dolphin. Councillor Dolphin, I think I can hear you, but very quietly. Please, could you repeat your vote?
4.
Thank you, Councillor Dolphin. We heard that vote. You are very quiet, though. Duffin.
4.
Dwelly.
4.
Dyer.
4.
Ethan Gibbons.
4.
Eddie.
4.
Edgerton.
4.
Ecclesmith.
4.
Ellenbrook.
4.
Elliott.
4.
Evans.
4.
Fairman.
4.
Farrington.
4.
Fitter.
4.
Flashman. Councillor Flashman, please could you repeat your vote? Councillor Flashman, I'll come back to you. I'm aware you're on the telephone. Councillor Funk.
4.
Councillor Foot.
4.
Formosa.
4.
Can I just confirm who raised that last vote? Was that Councillor Formosa?
Correct, yes.
I've got a bit of background noise, members. If I can ask you move your vote, you mute your mics, and please can I ask that Councillor Formosa repeats his vote.
Formosa voting 4.
Wonderful, thank you, Councillor Formosa. Frank.
Thank you, Mel. 4. Can I just advise that I did hear Jim Flashman saying he was voting 4 at the same time as Mark Formosa, so perhaps you might want to go back to Councillor Flashman.
Yeah, sure. Councillor Flashman, please can you confirm your vote?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, I was muted. 4.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flashman. Councillor Frost.
4.
Gammon. 4. German.
4.
Giles.
4.
Greenslade.
4.
Hannaford.
4.
Harris.
4.
Councillor Harvey, you able to confirm your vote, please?
Abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Hawkin. Councillor Hawkin, you're very quiet. Please, could you speak up a bit and confirm your vote?
4.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkin. I've taken that as a vote for. Councillor Hawkins.
4.
Hendry.
4.
Bird.
4.
Hayward.
4.
James.
4.
Jenkin.
4.
Jewel.
4.
Jordan.
4.
Kazmarek. Councillor Kazmarek, are you able to confirm your vote, please? I'll move on. Keeling.
4.
Kenny.
4.
Kirk. 4. Kirkham.
4.
Knightley.
4.
LeBroy. I believe LeBroy has left the meeting. Lennox Boyd.
4.
Long.
4.
Luke.
4.
Colin Martin. Councillor Colin Martin, please can you confirm? Oh, can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, can you hear me? Voting 4.
Thank you, Colin. Colin got that vote. John Martin.
4.
Councillor Massey, please can you confirm your vote? Moving on. Councillor May.
4.
McKenna.
4.
McLenning.
4.
Andrew Mitchell.
4.
Honk.
4.
Moorcroft.
4.
Mould.
4.
Bristow.
4.
Nicholas.
4.
Nolan.
4.
Adrian Parsons.
4.
David Parsons.
4.
Jane Pascoe.
4.
Lionel Pascoe.
4.
Painter.
4.
Hares.
4.
Pollard.
4.
Hugh.
4.
Rich.
4.
Robinson.
4.
Rogerson.
4.
Rotchell.
4.
Rouse.
4.
Bushworth.
4.
Thornby.
4.
Saunders.
4.
Steve.
4.
Simmons. Councillor Simmons, can you confirm your vote, please?
Yeah, sorry, 4.
Thank you. Tamlin.
4.
Taylor.
4.
John Thomas.
4.
Mike Thomas.
4.
Toms.
Abstain. Dropped out of the meeting
Thank you.
just as the debate was starting. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Toms. Towell.
4.
Truebody.
4.
Tudor.
4. 4.
Councillor Tudor, can you just confirm your vote for, please?
Yes, 4.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
4.
Councillor White. I know you're on the phone, you might need to press *6. I'll come back to you, Councillor White. Councillor Peter Williams.
4.
Councillor Wills.
Monitoring Officer Councillor Wills has left the meeting.
Thanks for that confirmation. Councillor Wood.
4.
Thank you. Right, members, meeting producer, I just have a few members I'd like to do a final check on their vote, please. Councillor Buscombe.
Councillor Buscombe is in attendance, Chairman, Monitoring Officer.
Thank you. So Councillor Buscombe, final call for your vote, please. No vote recorded. Councillor Crago.
I don't believe Councillor Crago is in attendance.
Thank you.
No.
Councillor Davis.
Councillor Davis should be in attendance.
4. Apologies, just stepped away.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. I think meeting producer, you confirm I got Councillor Dolphin's vote in the end. She was just very quiet. I think that's correct.
Right.
Thank you. Councillor Kazmarek.
Is present.
Councillor Kazmarek, final call for your vote on this item, please. No vote received. Councillor Massey.
And Councillor Massey is not in attendance.
Thank you, meeting producer. And final one, Councillor White.
Councillor White is in attendance on the phone.
Councillor White, this is the final call for you to make your vote on this item. So that's no vote cast for Councillor White. So Chairman, that concludes the vote on that amendment. We will just tally up those numbers and confirm the outcome of that vote.
Chairman, I can confirm that that vote was carried 102 votes in support and 2 abstentions.
Lovely. Thank you. And thank you, councillors. So we then will move on to amendment number 2. Councillors, this is around Helston Wendron. You will find it the details on page 50 of your agenda pack and page 7 of your supplementary pack. The proposer is Councillor Mike Thomas. He has asked for a little bit more time to speak, and I will add him 2.5 minutes. And also Councillor Martin will be speaking to this. He has seconded the amendment. Other speakers after this, I will call on Councillor Brown as chair of the panel, Councillor Cole as vice chair of the panel. Then I will call on Councillor Jenkin, who I've agreed can have 3 minutes to speak, followed by Councillor Keeling. So those are the names that I have to call on so far. So I will go to invite Councillor Mike Thomas, please, to propose your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we are asking you to support an amendment that a year ago was a decision of this council. The supporting documents show that Park and Darras, Helston Urban Extension number 1, was always intended to be a natural development of the town of Helston. Nevertheless, it is perfectly understandable that our neighbouring parish, Wendron, do not wish to lose more land to the parish of Helston. We are simply saying that this is the nature of change, and that for governance reasons, the people of this development, about 1,000 by 2028, will be better identified by being recognised as part of the town of Helston. Three of Wendron's reasons against this are: the stream creates a natural hard border and respects the history of the ancient parish. It is a rural housing development separated from urban Helston by a green strip. The residents, after having moved in, should be consulted. The third reason would appear to be the strongest. Boundaries can be anything, as this exercise has shown us: roads, paths, field edges, railway lines, and yes, sometimes a stream. The fact that this present boundary was created in the last century shows that the ancient boundaries have already been moved. Former boundary stones within Helston show this. Viewed from the air and vantage points in Helston North, it presents as part of the easterly progression of Helston. It is managed urban with a green strip to counter massing and enable sustainable urban drainage, SUDS. The strongest argument: let us wait until the people arrive. Please note that nobody lived in this broccoli field until very recently. Waiting until 2028 and then asking will be very divisive in the community, and will in all likelihood focus on the precept, an area during panel training we were expressly warned was not a material reason for rejecting a change of boundary. Moreover, to be consistent, we have not made this requirement at other similar types of sites, most notable St Austell's Higher Trewhiddle Farm. Who are these people that are moving in? The evidence from the developer himself indicates that the majority so far had a previous address in Helston. So Helstonians are moving into the homes that are being built for Helstonians. Members, please again support the recommendation from last year that Park and Darras should be moved from Wendron Parish into Helston Parish as identified on the map in front of you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Chairman, your microphone is on mute.
I keep on forgetting to turn it on. Sorry, guys. Thank you, Councillor Thomas. I'm now going to invite Councillor John Martin to speak. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since 2014, Cornwall Council and the Town Council have considered this development as an extension to Helston. As you have just heard, any extension to the town had to happen in the east, and this was explored and established by the Town Framework Steering Group, led by Cornwall Council officers. This document was published in 2011. Since HX1 was approved on appeal, it has had to be considered as part of Helston's future. This is the mindset of the developers, the Town Council and Cornwall Council officers, as we all work and plan for essential future town development, including place shaping, public transport, the green infrastructure, safe cycle and pedestrian routes, and generally lobbying for services in Helston that these residents will wish to participate in. This development of 450 homes cannot be considered in isolation, and phase 2 of this extension is projected for completion next summer, and 30 of the essential affordable proportion of these 99 homes have already been purchased by Live West, and they have already been allocated to those in need from Helston. The need in Wendron is low. The developer has informed us that because of the large interest in this site next year, there may be 2 phases of construction running in parallel, subject of course to detailed planning permission. They intend starting at the top of the development site, which includes a pedestrian link and public transport and emergency
30 seconds.
Into Helston North's Trinethic Fields housing estate, plus a GP surgery building. The developers predict completion of the whole site by 2028. We have to move forward with our town plans. A new boundary is needed now to give clarity to all parties. The residents and businesses of Helston expect such governance of us. I would ask you to please support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Brown is chair of the panel, please.
Yes, I think this is one of the more difficult amendments that the council has to consider. And I want to say, first of all, that you're going to be hearing a bit later from Councillor Jenkin. I think it's fair to say that Councillor Jenkin was disadvantaged in the autumn of last year when the previous round of debate took place because she was out of action because of an injury. I also need to say that just before the pandemic struck, I was invited to a special meeting of Wendron Parish Council, and they did make clear to me how strongly they felt about the boundary issue. Having said that, I can see the strength of the argument that the Helston Cornwall councillors are making. This area does look to be an extension of Helston, and in fact the panel agreed that a small extension was acceptable. The issue which is open to the council today is to whether you wish that to be larger. The only other point, if I can just make this quickly, Madam Chairman, I then won't need to repeat it. I think it's important just that everyone is clear what happens if a recommendation to refer something to the next council is carried. The advice that I've been given is that the new council can decide to pick it up as soon as it chooses to, so there needn't be a very long delay before anything which is referred here or elsewhere in Cornwall does get picked up, and certainly any further changes can be implemented for the 2025 elections. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Cole.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's fair to say that we've had some forthright discussions regarding Wendron and Helston, and I think there was also a hope for some more extensive consultation, which was stopped because of obviously the COVID pandemic. And also I can concur what the chairman says about the way the discussions went, and also the fact that we've had correspondence from Wendron Parish Council, which I believe has been copied to all members of the council. I have to say I fully support what the panel has recommended. We had a two-part vote, which was to transfer the Wheel Oak area from Wendron to Helston, but also to defer consideration of the wider area to the next council. That vote, the two-part, was taken 8 votes to 2, so it was quite a strong recommendation. So I will be voting against the amendment and sticking with the panel's recommendation, in the full knowledge that the whole issue can be properly and addressed in some significant detail in the next council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. So I'm now going to invite Councillor Jenkin. If you could turn on your microphone, please. And Councillor Jenkin, you have 3 minutes to speak. And then you will be followed by Councillor Keeling.
Thank you, Chairman. I have sent out a good deal of information to members because this is a quite complex issue. If you look on the map, you might just think, oh yes, it's just an urban extension of Helston, and that in fact is what the Helston councillors are saying. From the point of view of Wendron residents and Wendron residents who live near the site, they're very clearly against that view. They're very clearly saying this is part of Wendron and should remain part of Wendron. There are no, or very few, residents on the site at present to be able to consult. The ones that were consulted were happy to remain as part of Wendron Parish. Thank you, whoever's put up the map. This is the Helston proposal, which shows quite a large area of fields, only one of which has any development on down the bottom. So the stream follows the already developed bit of Trinethic estate at the top of the site, and that is a logical extension to Helston. It exists. The point that Helston Town Council made about the need to do it in advance is not accepted. Those people who've been living in the Wheel Oak extension of Helston have been in Wendron Parish for a good number of years, and in fact some of them wish to remain in Wendron Parish, but Wendron Town Council are content with the panel recommendation to move that bit into Helston because its only vehicular connection is through the Trinethic estate. However, the whole issue of the rest of the site and whether it will be developed and when it will be developed is supposition at the moment. The only detailed planning is for the first field. The second field has got some planning application in, but that hasn't been considered and approved yet. and there's no guarantee that the rest will be considered. So I would ask people to look at this with an element of common sense. There is plenty of time to consider any change to the extension of Helston in the future, but the main concern that I think all the rural parishes surrounding Helston have is that where does it stop? Yes, services in Helston are used by all the rural parishes. The address for a large majority of Wendron residents is Helston, but that doesn't mean they want to be part of Helston Town Council area. So I'd ask you to vote against this amendment, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. I'm going to bring in Councillor Keeling. Councillor Keeling.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm happy to support Councillor Jenkins in this. She makes some very, very good and valid points. My division, as a parish adjacent to Wendron, and it's called Sithney, and could in the future be affected by what can only be called as an extension of urban sprawl into the rural areas and greenbelt, something that as a rural councillor I'm certainly against. Local communities could be forgiven for thinking that this amendment could be construed as a land grab and an attempt to increase Helston's tax base, which of course it would. However, having read a lot of the evidence available, I can clearly see that there is very little consensus between the communities, something that really needs to be sorted out. And the urban extension HX1, Trinethig, does not read very positively as well. So I am further concerned that this amendment sets a precedence for other small built-up areas to be subsumed within the greater Helston conurbation in future. Madam Chairman, the right decision in this case is that of the electoral review. Is the decision of the electoral review panel, and I'll be voting against the amendment and support the recommendations of the electoral review panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Keeling. Dan, if we could take the maps down now, please. Lovely, thank you. So are there any members, particularly of the panel, who might wish to say anything on this? If not, I'm going to go back to the proposer to sum up. I'm just waiting. Councillor Kenny, can I bring you in, please?
Thank you, Chair. I think I was the person who actually, oops, sorry, I think I'm sharing the screen. My apologies. I think I was the person who actually suggested that we defer this. I do actually think that Helston is clearly increasing, and we are looking at a building site that has been identified, and inevitably the towns are increasing in size. So although I propose to defer, I will support the amendment.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the panel who wish to speak on this? I'm just going to give you a couple of seconds to put an X in the chat box if you wish to speak. No, I'm not seeing anything there, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Thomas. Perhaps if you could sum up, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to sum up. The amendment really, as laid out, is to move the area of Wendron to Helston. I'd like to point out that there isn't an issue of conjecture here. The developer has very clearly shown and been given outline planning permission, and the joining of the top to Helston shows that this is a clear intention, and the demand. I'm amazed myself at the demand for people who want to live in Helston on this site is quite outstanding, and this was always seen by the developer as to be a part of Helston, and it is certainly not a land grab. I really do resent that terminology, and I'm grateful. Thank you for allowing me to speak again.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. So I'm now going to call in our monitoring officer to take the vote. Mel, are you online?
Yes.
Lovely,
Good morning.
Good morning, councillors. So if I can ask that you cast your vote for, against or abstain as confirmed previously, I will call your name twice. If you don't respond to the vote, we will confirm the outcome of the vote. So make a start then. Alvey.
Against.
Atherfold.
Against.
Barnes.
For.
Baston.
Against.
Batters.
For.
Biggs.
Against.
Bisco.
I abstain.
Jeff Brown.
Against.
Brown.
For.
All.
For.
Verdon.
Against the amendment.
Buscombe. Councillor Buscombe, are you able to confirm your vote? I'll move on. Callan.
Against.
Hode.
Abstain.
Cole.
Against.
Collins.
Against.
Go. Councillor Craig, are you able to confirm your vote? I'll come back to you. Councillor Quaker.
Against.
Davis.
Against.
Desmond.
Against.
Dolphin. Councillor Dolphin, I've recorded that vote as abstain. You are still very quiet on the line. Councillor Duffin.
Against.
Dwelly.
Against.
Dyer.
Against.
Ethorn Gibbons.
Against.
Eddie.
For.
Edgerton.
For.
Ecclesmith.
Against.
Ellenbrook.
Against.
Elliott.
Against.
Evans.
For.
Fairman.
For.
Barrington.
For.
Fitter.
For.
Flack. Funk.
Against.
Foot.
For.
Moser.
Against.
Frank.
For.
Frost.
Did you say Frost?
Frost, yes.
Yeah, sorry. Against.
Gammon.
Against.
German.
Abstain.
Giles.
Against.
Greenslade.
For.
Hannaford.
For.
Harris.
Against.
Harvey. Councillor Harvey, you able to confirm your vote, please?
For.
Thank you. Hawkin.
For.
Thank you. Hawkins.
Against.
Hendry.
For.
Bird.
Against.
Hayward.
Against.
James.
Against.
Jenkin.
Against.
Jewel.
Against.
Jordan.
Against.
Kazmarek.
For.
Keelan.
Against.
Kenny.
For.
Kirk.
Abstain.
Kirkham.
Abstain.
Knightley. Councillor Knightley, please can you confirm your vote?
Yeah, abstain.
Thank you. Lennox Boyd.
Against.
Long.
Against.
Luke.
Against.
Colin Martin.
Abstain.
John Martin.
For.
Massey. Councillor Massey, please can you confirm your vote? I'll come back to Councillor Massey. May.
Against.
McKenna.
For.
McLenning.
Against.
Andrew Mitchell. Councillor Andrew Mitchell, are you able to
Sorry,
confirm?
against.
Thank you. Monk.
Against.
Moorcroft.
For.
Mould.
Against.
Musto.
Against.
Nicholas.
Against.
Nolan.
For.
Adrian Parsons.
Against.
David Parsons.
For.
Jane Pascoe.
Against.
Lionel Pascoe.
Against.
Painter.
For.
Councillor Pater, could you repeat your vote for me, please?
For voting for.
Councillor Pacer, confirm I've taken a vote as for. Councillor Pears.
Correct. Voting for.
Thank you.
Against.
Councillor Pears. Thank you, Councillor Pears.
Against. Still against.
3 times, Councillor Pears. Thank you. Councillor Pollard.
For.
Councillor Pugh.
Against.
Councillor Rich.
For.
Robinson.
Against.
Rogerson.
Abstain.
Botchell.
For.
Rouse.
Against.
Rushworth. Councillor Rushworth, can you confirm your vote for me, please?
Abstain.
Thank you. Thornby.
Abstain.
Saunders.
Against.
Seaver.
Against.
Simmons.
Against.
Hamlin.
Against.
Taylor.
Against.
John Thomas. Councillor John Thomas, can you confirm your vote for me, please?
Yeah, sorry, against.
Thank you. Mike Thomas.
For.
Toms.
Against.
Towell.
Against.
Truebody.
Against.
Tudor.
For.
Wallace.
Against.
White.
Against.
Peter Williams.
Against.
Thank you. Wills. I believe Councillor Wills is still off the line, but I'll check that with the meeting producer in a second. Wood.
Against.
Thank you. So meeting producer, just have a number of votes outstanding. So I've got Councillor Buscombe.
Councillor Buscombe appears as if he's still in attendance.
Councillor Buscombe, this is your final opportunity to cast your vote. Please can you confirm your vote? No vote received. Councillor Craigo, confirm he's on the line.
Councillor Craigo is not in attendance.
Thank you. Councillor Massey.
Yeah, also not in attendance.
And Councillor Wills.
Not in attendance.
Thank you. Thank you, meeting producer. Thank you, Chairman. We'll confirm the outcome of that vote.
Chairman, I could confirm that the amendment is lost 63 votes for, 63 votes against the amendment, 34 and 12 abstentions.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Monitoring Officer, and thank you, councillors, for voting. So that was amendment number 2, and we are now going to go on to amendment number 3, which is the Cornwall area. The details of this are on agenda pack page 61, and you also find them on page 17 of the supplementary pack. So the proposer of this motion, this amendment, is Councillor Hendry. He will speak for 2 minutes, and then followed by Councillor Desmond, who is the seconder of this amendment. And then I'm going to invite Councillor Brown as chair of the panel to speak. The vice chair has indicated he doesn't wish to speak, but as previously, Councillor Cole, if you do wish to speak, just pop an X in the box. So if, first of all, then it's Councillor Hendry. Councillor Hendry, please. Councillor Hendry.
Sorry, Chair.
That's grand. Good to see you. Good to hear you. Please fire away. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to councillors. I'm hoping that my amendment is the least controversial of the 9 submitted for discussion today. I'm seeking councillors' approval to reverse the decision made by the Boundary Commission to reduce the number of councillors for 4-lane ward from the current 5 to 4.
Sorry, Councillor Hendry, I'm just going to interrupt you because I can hear somebody speaking on the phone.
Yes,
councillors, could everybody apart from Councillor Hendry, please could you mute your microphones?
Okay.
Okay. Sorry to have interrupted, Councillor Hendry.
Sorry, Chair. Myself and Cornwall Parish fully accept the logic of increasing the number of councillors in pool board from the current 5 to 6, as this will equalise the ratio of electors from the current 1 to 4, 666 to 1 to 388. However, by reducing the number of 4-lane councillors from the current 5 to 4, would make the ratio from the current 1.395 to 1.494. The Boundary Commission's decision was not explained or supported by any evidence within their report. So I'm asking Council's approval to this amendment so that the Parish Council's requests can be forwarded to the Boundary Commission for their consent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hendry. Councillor Desmond to second the amendment. Councillor Desmond.
As Councillor Hendry has just said, fairly straightforward, not controversial. I simply want to add my voice in support of the amendment that has been put forward in Councillor Hendry's name and mine, and leave it at that, if I may.
Lovely. Thank you, Councillor Desmond. Councillor Brown, Councillor Malcolm Brown.
Yes, I would recommend councillors to support the amendment. The only point that will happen if it is agreed is that I think we will need to go back to the Boundary Commission to check what they feel about this. I think one point I will make generally at the moment is that the electorate projections are the ones that were done for the Cornwall Council electoral review in the last council, but on the face of it, the numbers on page 18 do make what is being put forward by Councillor Hendry look absolutely reasonable. So I would hope that we can support him, and it will then be up to officers and the Vice Chair and myself to engage with the Boundary Commission to see if they will agree.
Lovely. Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Brown. Councillors, is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this? I'm not expecting any X's in the box because this is fairly uncontroversial. I'm just going to give it a couple more seconds. No, I can't see anything in the box, in which case I'm going to invite the monitoring officer to lead us in another vote. Oh, sorry. Did you need to sum up, Councillor Hendry? I'm just presuming that you didn't need to sum up there. Sorry.
No, that's fine, Chair. No,
Okay.
I'm very happy. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you. Mel, monitoring officer, over to you.
Thank you, members. So as before, you can cast your vote for, against or abstain, please. Councillor Alvey.
For.
Adderbold.
For.
Barnes.
For.
Baston.
For.
Batters.
For.
Biggs.
For.
Biscoe.
For.
Jeff Brown.
For.
Malcolm Brown.
For.
Ball. Councillor Ball. Oh, thank you, Councillor Ball. Burden.
For.
Buscombe.
For.
Callan.
For.
Toad.
For.
Cole. Councillor Cole, are you able to confirm your vote,
For.
please? Thank
For.
you. Collins.
2 seconds, so no, just got to vote. Hold it.
Councillor Collins, apologies. Could you just repeat that vote for me?
For.
Councillor Crago isn't on the call. Councillor Craker.
For.
Davis.
For.
Desmond.
For.
Dolphin. Thank you, Councillor Dolphin. I heard that. Duffin.
For.
Dwelly.
For.
Dyer.
For.
Dunn Gibbons.
For.
Lee.
For.
Edgerton.
For.
Ecclesmith.
For.
Ellenbrook.
For.
Elliott.
For.
Evans.
For.
Fairman.
For.
Farrington.
For.
Fitter.
For.
Flashman.
For.
Bob.
For.
Foot.
For.
Mimosa.
For.
Frank.
For.
Frost.
For.
Gammon.
For.
German. Councillor German, can you confirm your vote for me, please? I'll come back to Councillor German. I thought we were going to make a full house there, members. Giles.
For.
Weenslade.
For.
Hannaford.
For.
Harris.
For.
Harvey.
Abstain.
Hawken. Councillor Hawken, are you able to confirm your vote, please? I'll come back to Councillor Hawkins.
4.
Hendry.
4.
Hurd.
4.
Hayward. Councillor Hayward, are you able to confirm your vote, please? Come back to Councillor Hayward. James.
4.
Jenkin.
4.
Thank you. Jewel.
4.
Jordan.
4.
Kasmarek.
4.
Keelan.
4.
Kenny. Councillor Kenny, are you able to confirm your vote, please?
4.
Thank you. Kirk.
4.
Kirkham.
4.
Knightley.
4.
Lennox Boyd.
4.
Long.
4.
Luke.
4.
Colin Martin. Councillor Colin Martin, can you confirm your vote for me, please? I'll come back to you. John Martin.
4.
Matthew, I don't believe is on the call. May.
4.
McKenna.
4.
McLenning.
4.
I believe Andrew Mitchell has left the call. Monk.
4.
Moorcroft.
4.
Ward.
4.
Musto.
4.
Nicholas.
4.
Nolan. Councillor Nolan, can you confirm your vote, please?
4.
Thank you. Adrian Parsons.
4.
David Parsons.
4.
Jane Pascoe.
4.
Daniel Pascoe.
4.
Painter. Councillor Painter, can you confirm your vote, please? I'll come back to Councillor Painter. Councillor Pears.
4.
Thank you. Pollard.
4.
Hugh.
4.
Rich.
4.
Robinson.
4.
Rogerson.
4.
Rotchell.
4.
Rouse.
4.
Rushworth.
4.
Thornby.
4.
Councillor Saunders, can you confirm your vote, please?
4.
Oh, I heard two voices there. Can I ask that Councillor Saunders confirms their votes?
4.
Thank you. Can I also ask that Robert Hendry please stop sharing your screen? I'm not sure if you're aware you're doing that, but you're sharing your screen. If you want to press on meeting producer, could you advise Councillor Hendry how to unshare his screen,
Yes,
please?
Certainly, Melanie. Yeah, if Councillor Hendry, on the top of your screen, you'll see a small box that will have a cross in it. It's right next to the red leave button. If you click on that, it will unshare your screen on your toolbar. That's at the top of your screen, top right. No, it's in the actual Teams screen, Councillor Hendry. So if you click on the meeting, where you can see the council and see me speaking.
Producer, can I suggest that you perhaps take over sharing the screen with one of our presentation slides, and then you can unshare? That may be easier. Apologies, members. We'll just give this a few seconds to resolve this issue, and then I'll continue to proceed with the vote.
Has that cleared it?
We've still got yours, Sarah. If you could just, wonderful, perfect, we're there. Thank you very much. Apologies about that, members. Councillor Saunders, apologies. Could you just repeat your vote for me?
4.
Thank you. Seaver.
4.
Simmons.
4.
Tamlin.
4.
Taylor.
4.
John Thomas.
4.
Mike Thomas.
4.
Toms.
4.
Towell.
4.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Towell. Truebody.
4.
Judah.
4.
Thank you. Wallace.
4.
White.
4.
Councillor Wills, I don't think has returned back to the meeting. Wood.
4.
Thank you, members. Just a few members, Chairman, to check with the meeting producer. So, Councillor German, final call for your vote, please.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkin, final call for your vote, please.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Hayward, final call for your vote, please.
Monitoring officer, Councillor Hayward has advised that she's left the meeting for the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Colin Martin, final call for your vote, please. Chairman, no vote recorded. Councillor Adam Painter, final call for your vote, please.
Councillor Painter is on hold, Melanie.
Okay, all right, thank you, Chairman. Chairman, that concludes the roll call for the votes. We'll confirm the outcome of that vote in a second.
Sorry, monitoring officer, I didn't have a vote recorded for Councillor Peter Williams.
Thank you, Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Thank you. I can confirm that the outcome of that vote was that the vote was carried 102 votes for with 1 abstention. Thank you, Chairman.
Lovely. Thank you, Anita. Thank you, Mel. Thank you, councillors. We're going to go on to amendment number 4. Before I do that, could I just please remind councillors that when they're not speaking, please could you turn off your cameras, make sure your cameras are turned off. Thank you. And also your microphones. And also, after this amendment, we're going to be just about on 12 o'clock and we will break after this amendment for 20 minutes. So, amendment number 4, this is Lana Redruth. You'll find the details in agenda pack starting from page 63 and then starting from page 19 on the supplementary pack. So far, I have councillors. John Thomas has moved this amendment, so I will invite him to speak first. The secondary is Councillor Eakensmith, so I'll invite him to speak next. Then I will invite Councillor Malcolm Brown, Councillor Cole and Councillor Stephen Barnes has also advised that he would like to speak on this. So first of all, Councillor John Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Lovely.
Thank you, members. In submitting my amendment, and backing that up, I feel at this late stage in the process and our previous agreement and subsequent majority vote for no change, we should be consistent in our opinion and overall knowledge gained through various extensive historic submissions made by myself and Lanark Parish Council. I feel that any historic settlement such as the existing Lanark Parish with Redruth should be retained and supported in all aspects. No new information has been received by Redruth Town Council, whereas members had before them my further extremely important addition by means of the adopted Neighbourhood Development Plan, which was adopted on the 11th of March 2019, which includes all the areas being contested at the moment. I have circulated extensive factual information to all members and feel that because of its content, I feel that no other decision should be forthcoming other than that of no change. Deferment, in my view, would prolong an issue which would add a retrograde step to all residents' lives. I would remind members that the most recent full council, the decision was Cornwall Council did not consider that this change would reflect the identities of the area and secure a more effective and convenient community governance. In addition to that, Madam Chairman, the panel has already agreed to increase the number of parish councils for this area.
30 seconds.
Which would actually include the areas being debated at the moment. And I think it's important we should retain it as it is and study the neighbourhood development plan in members' decision to vote for no change and not deferment. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Councillor Eakensmith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm happy to second this amendment. And I don't think I need to go into great detail because I think members have had much of the detail, not all of it, through in writing. There are, however, 3 things I would like to stress. They're the reasons really that I decided I was happy to second it. The first one, it relates to local support. As a substitute member of the panel, I attended relevant panel meetings and the public meeting. And the notable thing to me about the public meeting was the level of public support and the number of people and residents from Lanark that actually turned up and spoke in favour of Lanark remaining as it is. And as Councillor Thomas has just said, it is a very ancient parish. The second one relates, sort of related to that, is the neighbourhood plan, which is mentioned. The neighbourhood plan deals with this particular area, and I think that having persuaded members of the local community to indulge in their time in creating this plan, and it's most recently made, I think it should be fully respected, unless there's a very good reason for not doing so, and I don't believe that such a reason has been demonstrated. And thirdly, and importantly, I think looking as a fellow member from the area, in fact, my division 11 is on the opposite side of the area. I believe the green corridor, which was between the towns and the villages, should be maintained as far as possible. And I think that's one of the ways that we can continue to provide recreational areas for both town and village and prevent a potential urban sprawl. I do not believe there's anything to be gained by deferring the decision, and I would urge members to support the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Eakins-Smythe. Councillor Malcolm Brown, please.
Yes, if I'm honest, I was a bit surprised that with the panel recommendation to refer to council, because I think what certainly cannot be said about the Lanner Redruth debate is that people haven't heard a lot of information, a lot of evidence. It isn't a straightforward matter. If you know, we're all at the moment looking at the map on the screen, and it does, the boundary at present does go through built up areas. So to that extent, Redruth residents and town council do have an argument that cannot be denied. But having said that, I think when it's been debated at panel meetings, a number of them, when it's been debated and discussed at public meetings, I think Councillor Eakins-Smythe is absolutely correct. I think the case put forward for Lanner Parish to retain its current boundaries has been promoted more strongly, and I would, as I said, I would on balance recommend the council to support the amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Cole, please.
Hello. Yeah, I think it's fair to say when the panel has discussed this issue, it's not once put forward a recommendation for change in this area. I think it was unfortunate that at our last meeting, we didn't get representations from Lanner or Redruth, and we ended up with a deferral. I've never actually argued in favour of change at this point myself personally, so I'm very much minded to go with the amendment as set out.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Barnes, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would recommend that the members go with the recommendation of the panel as set out in the report. I'm surprised to see Mr. Brown change his mind, but not totally surprised, I suppose. I'd like to point to members that the estate, the paddock, is originally, when I first went to the area in '72, was a farm called Rose Mortar, and the paddock is divided between Redruth and it's partially in the Lanner Parish area. The rest of the estate, Carnone Gardens, Wheel Trelawney and many more, are in Redruth. It's very similar to the Elston issues in effect, that the land has been built out. And Lanner is basically a valley between Penance and Trezevine, and it ends at the north, the top of Lanner Hill, which you can only just about see on the map. So really, from where Sandy Lane comes along and South Downs is all in Redruth, and mention has been made of historic documents regarding Lanner Parish Council, but it was only formed in 1985. It's not that historic, and Lanner was really covered by Gwynedd. As regarding green corridors,
30 seconds.
We support this in Redruth, and I would ask that members support the original decision and not to make any final decision now, and to await a further report.
and the paddocks are and South Downs are in truth, and this was never in question prior to the formation of Lanark Parish Council. If anyone said that South Downs was in Lanark, they'd have been certified insane.
Time.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Barnes. Councillor Kaczmarek, I'm going to bring you in now.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, I'd probably get certified insane, but South Downs is in Lanark Parish. I represented Lanark as a Cornwall County Councillor, District Councillor and a Unitary Councillor for 12 years. And there is a very strong identity with Lanark. Lanark extends to Trevarth. It's not just in the valley, up onto Carmarth, along Sandy Lane, and down as far as Southgate Street and Clyde Croft. So it has a very strong identity. I'm very surprised that we are having to have an amendment put in, because at the last full council meeting where we all met together, we voted for no change to this, and I know Councillor Barnes spoke against it, but we did say we voted. So what was the point in having that vote at full council in the first place? We shouldn't be having an amendment. We should just say there's no change and leave it at that. So I have to support the amendment because it's been put in, but there was no reason to put one in the first place if the boundary people listened to the full council's decision made, well, nearly 12 months ago now.
Thank you, Councillor Kaczmarek. Councillor Ellenbrook, I'm going to bring you in.
Thank you very much.
Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Ellenbrook. I'm getting a message here. Dan, could you put up the NDP, please? We've got a request from the mover of the motion. Sorry, Councillor Ellenbrook. Go ahead.
That's quite all right, Chairman. I would just like to speak in support of Councillor Barnes, and I know that Councillor Ian Thomas, if he was here, would also be supporting the suggestion that we actually defer this decision to the next council. Yes, it is contentious, and despite what Councillor Thomas, the proposer, has said, this is not a land grab on behalf of Redruth Town Council, but it is something that I think deserves a lot more investigation than is currently being allowed to happen, primarily because of the pandemic. It has made life very difficult. And as chairman of the Redruth Neighbourhood Development Plan, which unfortunately has also had a lot of problems because of the COVID outbreak, so is not in the same situation as Lanark, we too are looking to make sure that the parish of Redruth reflects where people live. So I would urge people to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ellenbrook. I'm going to, are there any other, before I go back to Councillor John Thomas to sum up, I'm going to invite members of the panel in particular if they wish to say anything. I see Councillor Kenny, you would like to make a comment.
Thank you. I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't know what the right answer is, but it's very clear that there are very strong feelings on both sides. Therefore, I don't think that at this point we should be making a decision one way or the other. This needs to be fought out. Maybe a compromise can be reached. There were some compromise solutions which got thrown out. Just don't think it's right to finalise it now. So I will be voting against the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kenny. Councillor German, leader.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Apologies if I missed it. I've just the second clause of the recommendation is the number of councillors on Lanark Parish Council. So can I just have clarification? Does that fall if the amendment it wins? Thank you.
Good question. As always, Councillor Brown, Councillor Malcolm Brown, perhaps I could bring you in on this.
Yes, that's a very valid question from Councillor German. That is a separate issue and is part of the general recommendation. So whatever decision council comes to in a few minutes on this amendment, that that will not affect that more straightforward matter. Thank you.
Councillor Chairman, does that resolve your question?
It does, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Grand, thank you. Councillors, is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this before I go back to Councillor Thomas to sum up? I'm just having a quick look at my chat bar here. I can't see anybody else. So, Councillor John Thomas, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, members. Particularly thank you to the Chairman of the panel and the Vice Chairman and other supported members. Obviously, Mark Kaczmarek knows what I'm trying to explain about this. I've represented the area, like I said, in my recent submissions for 35 years now. Never ever been any contention to go within Madruth. David Egan Smith has actually mentioned the green open spaces, which actually fall on the boundary where the footpath is, and the green area before that takes it right up to the paddock. Cornwall Gardens were actually an addition to the paddock. It was never in the original plan anyway. So, you know, I think it's quite obvious to me and other, Madam Chairman, that in this case, I do think that there is an opportunity for Ruth there to grab whatever they can. I'm sorry to be disrespectful, but that's purely what it is. The rate council tax precept on this is going to play a very important part, and that's the only reason for taking this over, other than it was mentioned that Lanark falls under a Redruth postcode. And that is about it, Madam Chairman. But actually, further to sum up, I would hope that members would remember the last decision we made at full council to say, once again, Cornwall Council did not consider this change would better reflect the identities of the area and secure a more effective
30 seconds.
So in that case, Madam Chairman, I would strongly urge members to be consistent and support my amendment of no change now, not for deferment for someone else to make a decision for us. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. So now I'm going to go to the vote. I'm going to invite the monitoring officer to switch on her microphone.
Thank you, Chairman. So if I can just ask that the screen is unshared as well with the map, that'd be greatly appreciated. So councillors who are voting on amendment number 4, as usual, if you can confirm for, against or abstain. Alvey.
Against.
Alderford.
Against.
Barnes.
Against.
Baston.
Against.
Batters.
Against.
Biggs.
Against.
Bisco.
4.
Jeff Brown.
4.
Malcolm Brown.
4.
Bull.
4.
Burden.
For the amendment.
Buscombe.
4.
Callan. Callan, can you confirm your vote for me, please?
4.
Thank you. Code.
4.
Cole.
4.
Collins. Councillor Collins, can you confirm your vote for me, please? I'll come back to Councillor Collins. Councillor Craker, I think, has left the meeting. Councillor Craker.
Against.
Davis.
Against.
Desmond.
Against.
Thank you. Dolphin.
Abstain.
Councillor Dolphin, I'm recording that as abstain. Duffin.
Yeah.
4. Dwelly.
4.
Dyer.
Against.
Ethel Gibbons.
4.
Eddie.
4.
Edgerton.
Against.
Eckensmith.
4.
I've watched the urban creep grow out westwards from the city. Glouth is an extension of Truro. I speak to residents in both Glouth and Travern on an almost daily basis. So I'm in a unique position to understand the geography and the communities and the opinions and the attitudes of the local residents. My view of where the boundaries should lie is formed from a detailed and authoritative understanding of how the local communities operate and interact with each other, not from a technocratic and, as it turned out to be, less than perfect process that's been carried out by officers who I don't actually think visited the area. So as an example, there's a new estate in my division called the Boundary in Glouth. It's called that because the houses on one side of the street are in the Truro and on the other they're in the Kenwyn. But everyone living in or around the estate thinks of themselves as Truronians. Truro College in Glouth, it's in Truro, it's not Kenwyn College in Kenwyn. Richard Landers School, its address is High Bissall Road in Truro. It's not Richard Landers School, High Bissall Road, Kenwyn or Glouth. But the purpose of this review was not about keeping things the same, and not just because keeping them the same is always this, and nor is it about trying to achieve political gain. Its purpose, we were told, was a once in a generation opportunity to put boundaries in place that reflect Cornwall's communities today and for the future. And I'm simply asking this council to vote with the amendment to make sure that we do that and correctly define Glouth as part of Truro for today and the next 50 years.
Thank you, Councillor Tudor. You will get an opportunity to sum up before we go to the vote. Councillor Rich, I'm coming on to you next to second the amendment, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I'm more than happy to second this. I'll just sum up briefly, if that's okay, because I think Dulcie's pretty much said everything. So just to really need to hone these key points, Madam Chairman, if that's all right. Essentially, just 3 points. Point one, the wrong information was given to Cornwall Council, to the electoral review panel, and that's with regards to the comments from Truro City Council, well, the submission from Truro City Council. It was very, very incorrectly interpreted, really, and that's being kind of kind, really, in that sense, on that criticism. The second point is, I think Dulcie, as a local member, has expressed the views very, very clearly and evidently. This is a case of identity. People identify in Glouth as being Truronians. It's as simple as that. And thirdly, I live on the other side of Truro. It's not just the views of the residents in Glouth. Generally speaking, across Truro, you will find that Glouth is regarded as Truro. It's the address of the Truro Leisure Centre, Truro College, and all the postal addresses on that estate. So quite simple, and I would really hope that colleagues today from from the east to the west can get those 3 points and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rich. I'm going to invite Councillor Brown and then Councillor Cole afterwards. Councillor Brown first, please.
Yeah, there's a lot in the substance of what Councillor Tudor and Councillor Rich have said that I cannot disagree with, but and I also accept that officers have not handled this matter as well as they might have done. I think it's unreasonable to criticise the officers too much. They've had a massive workload to get as much as has been brought to the panel as has been the case. So, okay, this hasn't been done correctly, but overall, I think officers have done well. The other thing is, this may seem even a more anti-officer comment than the other councillors have made. The members of the panel don't just take account of officer recommendations; they take account of their own impressions, the written evidence, and what they've heard before. And I have to make the point that, although I'm personally sympathetic to the argument that Glouth is part of Truro, I must ask the council strongly to reject this amendment, if only because there's been no consultation on it. Kenwyn Parish Council, residents in Kenwyn have not been given an opportunity to comment on it. So although there have been arguments in relation to other areas which I would dispute as to whether there is enough information already, this one, there certainly hasn't been a proper debate for a variety of reasons. And I have to say to the local members those representing both Truro and Kenwyn, not one of them came to the panel meeting in the recent cycle when this area was discussed. So it wasn't discussed because nobody was there representing any of the local communities arguing us to do it. And we concentrated our limited time on areas where councillors had taken the trouble
30 seconds.
to come and meet us. So I think referral to the next council is the right thing to do. That will give Truro City Council and individuals the opportunity to make proper representations. It isn't kicking into touch. The review will start again soon after the next council resumes, and Kenwyn will have their say as well. Please reject the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Cole, please.
Thank you. I think what the chairman has said is quite fair. If members don't agree that no change is appropriate, I do believe that the most appropriate thing would be to actually reject this amendment, but to support the one which follows, to have it looked at again in the next council. I do recall the discussions that took place at an earlier stage, and they kind of got a bit truncated. There were issues there. For example, reference has already been made to Richard Landers School, but in the proposal in front of us, Richard Landers School is left in Kenwyn Parish. It's not included within the area of Glawith to come into Truro. So I think there are still discussions to be had as exactly where the line should be drawn, etc. So I really feel that supporting the amendment after this and getting it deferred and looked at properly in detail in the next council would be most appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. So I have several people who have indicated they wish to speak. I have Councillor Nolan, Councillor Harris, Councillor Dyer, and also Councillors Biscoe and Edgerton have indicated they wish to speak. So I'm going to go to Councillor Nolan first, please. Councillor Nolan.
Thank you, Chair. Ages ago, when this whole process started, it was about 2 years ago, I proposed to Truro City Council that we be ambitious and take the opportunity to expand into some of our neighbouring areas, including Glawith. This proposal was defeated. Members felt that they valued our relationship with our neighbours more than they wished to expand. I was disappointed, but I accepted that as we haven't always enjoyed good relationships with our neighbours. But since we started the Truro and Kenwyn neighbourhood plan several years ago, we've worked together and have forged, I think, a good relationship. So whilst I personally accept what Councillors Tudor and Richard said, that Glawith seems to me to be a part of Truro, I value our relationship with Kenwyn more. And unless this can be achieved by agreement and discussion, I will not support this amendment. But I will support the second amendment, that it go to the next council for more detailed discussion and consultation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nolan. Councillor Harris, please.
Thank you, Chair. I find it astonishing. I'm in agreement here with Councillors Brown, Cole and Nolan. It must be a first. The panel's recommendation on this matter is that there should be no change in the boundaries. It is quite clear from the papers that through an error, certain submissions to the panel were misrepresented. However, I do not believe that it would be proper for Council today to overturn the original recommendation. You will have seen a submission from Kenwyn Council that set out in their email of 30th October. I can add little to this in terms of being not keen on Truro acquiring Glawith. However, I do believe the process for the process to be viewed as being entirely proper, this should not be kicked into the long grass, but as Councillors Brown, Cole and Nolan have all said, gently nudged into touch and deferred to future consideration following the May 21 elections. And for this reason, I would urge you to vote against this amendment and to support my amendment that next follows. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Dyer, please.
Symbol, can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you now. Thank you, Councillor Dyer.
Well done. Thank you. The symbol with the line through it, and then you can speak. And anyway, this is a major issue to Kenwyn Parish, and it was very disappointing to be told that the recommendation as we saw it, as I attended the meeting with the Boundary Review Committee back in the summer and felt that it had all gone the way it should have gone, which was basically not to make significant changes. I point out that Truro is seeking to take over the Glowath ward, but all the things they are seeking to take over, and I talk about the Royal Cornwall Hospital. It's not Truro Infirmary, it's the Royal Cornwall Hospital. The site started out in the last war as a prisoner of war camp, and the NHS bought it all those years ago, and subsequently built this hospital on it. They always earmarked it for that purpose. Truro College, if you live where I live and you see the buses going to Truro College, they come from a wide area of Cornwall.
30 seconds.
It might be Truro College, but it is a big area that it serves. Richard Landers School also serves a big area right out to the coast, to the north coast of Cornwall, and the children are bused back. The swimming pool, yes, but it's not Truro swimming pool. It was created originally by Carrick District Council and was to cater for all the Carrick residents that got taken over by Cornwall Council. So as Kenwyn Parish Council, it would be a devastating blow to us to lose the Glowath ward. It forms an integral part of Kenwyn Parish, and the rateable value in Kenwyn would have to significantly go up to compensate for that loss of membership.
Thank
rates
you.
In 3 Milestone will have to go up. The rates in
time.
I'm sorry, Councillor Dyer has gone over time.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Councillor Dyer. I'm going to move on now to Councillor Biscoe. Councillor Biscoe.
Well, my camera won't come on. Oh, we'd have to do with that then. Chairman, I want to speak, broadly speaking, in support of what Rob Nolan has said. I think that it's really important to stress that in London, a city, you have a large number of boroughs. And in the city of Truro, the greater city of Greater Truro, our boroughs are parishes. And the relationship that exists between Truro City Council and Kenwyn Parish Council has become technically sophisticated. We share the neighbourhood plan. We share various other pieces of information, not least providing licence cutting services on various bits of highway. We have a strong historical and cultural relationship. Now, so I think I'm actually going to speak, supporting John Dyer. I believe that such a shift as is proposed here would so debilitate Kenwyn Parish Council, it would remove just under a third of its population from the parish. And I don't quite understand why we need to be doing that. I mean, Truro's got quite enough on its plate without having to extend. I don't necessarily buy the idea, although I can't say that I've got any information to support this on, that Glowath somehow sees itself as part of Kenwyn or part of Truro. I think Glowath sees itself as where it lives and where it goes to work in the morning from. And parish issues have got to do with council tax bills, but also with resonances of identity that relate back into history and culture. And in those terms, there's no doubt that that part of that piece of land sits in Kenwyn. I think the risk here, Chairman, this is what my real point, the risk is if this went ahead, or even if it was subject to a further review, it would breed hostility between two partners. It's far better that we are actually working together. And lastly, I would just refer members to paragraph 1.5.2 of the recommendations on page 4, and just point out that what is really being referred to here is the Landgarth development, and the fact that somehow people are concocting the idea that that should exist as a separate entity in its own right, regardless of what parish it actually sits in. And that's an added element to this discussion and needs to be dealt with in another way.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Biscoe. Councillor Edgerton now, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I'll speak very briefly just in support of this amendment. You know, for somebody who drives up that way from time to time, I've always found it rather bizarre that I find myself going into Kenwyn Parish Council when it seems obvious to me I'm still in Truro until I get to at least Truro College. You know, I trust the judgment of the local councillor, Councillor Tudor, that she's talked to residents, she knows what they feel. If they were all against moving into Truro and wanted to stay in Kenwyn, I'm sure she would have picked up on that by now and she wouldn't be supporting it. I'm sure she speaks well for the residents of there. It just seems absolutely natural when you look at the configuration, the building that have gone on, that this is part of Truro. So I support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Edgerton. Is there anybody else who would like to speak? Are there any members of the panel who would like to comment? Councillor Kenny, please.
Thank you. Yes, on paper, I tend to agree that I think Glouth is part of Truro, but it's clearly very contentious. So this is not something that we can resolve today when you haven't got the full evidence. So I will be voting against the amendment and supporting Councillor Harris's amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Kenny. Are there any other councillors who would wish to make a comment? No. In which case, I'm coming back to you, Councillor Tudor, to sum up.
Could I?
Thank you. I wondered if Councillor Dyer could not interrupt. Thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to sum up. The view that the people who live in Glouth haven't been consulted, I can see this is moving to deferral for those reasons. But as the councillor for the area, as I explained, I talked to the people there, and they do feel as though they live in Truro. So, you know, I do know the area, and I do know what the people think there. As I can say, I mean, I thought we were here to make decisions today. But if we're going to move to deferral to make it more politically expedient for some people, then so be it. Councillor Biscoe said that Kenwyn Parish Council don't want to give up part of their area. But, as he also mentioned, tomorrow at Cabinet, we'll see plans for them to halve their area being given over to stewardship of some other company inside or outside the council. We don't know. And I wonder whether they put any questions in for that. Anyway, that's like I say, I can see this is moving towards deferment, which I think is a shame because this decision could have been made today.
Thank you, Councillor Tudor. So I'm going to invite the monitoring officer in, please. I'm going to turn off my camera also for the vote. Could all other members also turn off their cameras whilst we are voting, please? Mel, could you come in, please?
Yeah,
Lovely,
thank you, Chairman. So members, as I've said before, if I can have your vote for, against or abstain. I have had a number of members who've left, so I think I've captured all of those, but if I haven't, I apologise. Alvey.
Against.
Atherfold.
Against.
Barnes.
For.
Bastin.
Against.
Batters.
Against.
Biscoe.
Against.
Don't believe Jeff Brown's returned to the call, so I'll move on to Malcolm Brown.
Against.
Paul.
Against.
Verdon.
Against.
Buscombe.
Against.
Callum. I'll come back to you, Councillor Callum. Cole.
Against.
Collins.
For.
believe Councillor Crago hasn't returned to the meeting, but I'll just check. Craker.
Against.
Councillor Craker, can you just confirm your vote for me? Sorry.
Against.
Thank you. Davis. Councillor Davis, can you confirm your vote, please? Desmond.
Against.
Thank you. Dolphin.
Against.
Councillor Dolphin recorded that against. Thank you. Councillor Duffin.
Against.
Dwelly.
Abstain.
Councillor Dyer, can you confirm your vote for me, please?
Against.
Thank you. Ethorn Gibbons.
Against.
Eddie.
Against.
Edgerton.
For.
Ekin Smith.
Against.
Ellen Brook.
Against.
Elliott.
Against.
Evans.
Against.
Behrman.
Against.
Farrington. Councillor Farrington, can you just confirm that vote for me, please?
Against.
Councillor Farrington, I've taken that as an against.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you. So you're very quiet. Fitter.
Against.
Flashman.
Against.
I believe Fonk has left the meeting. Good. Councillor Foote, can you confirm your vote for me, please?
Against.
Thank you. Formosa.
Against.
Frank.
Against.
Frost.
Against.
Gammon.
Against.
German.
Against.
Giles.
Against.
Greenslade.
Against.
Hannaford.
Against.
Harris.
Against.
Harvey.
Against.
Hawkin.
Against.
Hawkin.
Against.
Hendry.
Against.
Hurd.
Against.
I believe Councillor Hayward has not returned yet.
No, I am here.
Oh, you're here. Wonderful. Councillor Hayward, can I have your vote, please?
Yeah, against.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Against.
Jenkin.
Against.
Jewel.
Against.
Jordan.
Against.
Keelan.
Against.
Kenny.
Against.
Kirk.
Four.
Kirkham.
Four.
Lennox Boyd.
Again.
I believe Councillor Long is not on the call at this present time.
I am back. I am
You're
back.
back. Fabulous. Councillor Long, please can you confirm your votes?
Abstained as I missed half of the debate.
Thank you. Luke.
Against.
Colin Martin.
Against.
John Martin.
For.
I don't think you returned to the call, but I will just check. May.
Four.
McKenna. Councillor McKenna, can you confirm your vote for me, please?
Monitoring Officer Councillor McKenna has left the call temporarily.
Okay, thank you very much. So just moving on then, members. McLenning.
Against.
Thank you. Andrew Mitchell, I don't believe you're back on the call. Monk.
Against.
Moorcroft.
Against.
Mould.
Against.
Musto.
Against.
Nolan.
Against.
Adrian Parsons.
Against.
David Parsons.
Against.
Jane Pascoe.
Against.
Lionel Pascoe.
Against.
Painter.
Against.
Pears.
Against. Against. Against.
Rich.
For.
Robinson.
Against.
Rogerson.
Against.
Rockville.
Against.
Rouse.
Against.
Rushworth.
Against.
Sornby.
Against.
Saunders.
Against.
Seaver.
Against.
Simmons.
For.
Hamlin. Councillor Tamlin, can you confirm your vote, please?
Against.
Thank you. Taylor.
Against.
John Thomas.
Against.
Mike Thomas.
For.
Toms.
Against.
Towel.
Against.
Tudor.
For.
Wallace.
For.
White.
For.
Williams.
Against.
Just checking if Councillor Wills has returned to the meeting. No. Thank you. Just two more. So final call for Councillor Callum.
Against.
Thank you. And then final call for Councillor Davis, who I think may have left the call, meeting producer.
Yes, I believe he's had to take a call, monitoring officer.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. That concludes the roll call. We'll confirm the outcome of that vote.
Thank you, Chairman. I can confirm that the outcome of that vote was that the amendment was lost. 14 votes for, 79 against, and 2 abstentions.
Okay. Thank you, councillors. Since that amendment was lost, we will now be debating amendment number 6, which was only going to be debated if this one, amendment number 5, was lost. So I'm going to turn to amendment number 6. It has been moved by Councillor Harris and seconded by Councillor Alvey. Other speakers who've, I will then be turning to Councillor Brown and then Councillor Cole. The details for amendment number 6 start on page 95 of the agenda pack, and also then on a supplementary pack you need to look at page 23. Also, an email has been sent out to all members on the 30th of October. It confirmed the amendment, and I'm just going to read it out to make sure that we all understand what we are debating. So it would be to delete recommendation 3.2, which reads, no other changes be made to the government's arrangements for Truro Parish, and replace this with a new 3.2, which would read to defer the issues regarding the boundaries between Truro City Council and Kenwyn Parish Council for future consideration following the May 2021 elections. Equally, regarding Kenwyn, it would be to delete recommendation 4, which currently states that no change be made to the boundary between Truro and Kenwyn parishes, and replace this with a new recommendation, which reads to defer the issues regarding the boundaries between Truro City Council and Kenwyn Parish for future consideration following the May 2021 elections. So I'm going to turn to Councillor Harris, please, to move the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I think this matter has been fully discussed already. I won't bore you anymore. I would ask you to join me in supporting this amendment, which has the effect of gently kicking this ball into touch rather than kicking it to the long grass, and enabling it to come back after the May 2021 elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Alvey, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm in seconding this amendment. I've got no more to add than has already been said. As Councillor Harris said, we've debated this area at length, and I would just encourage everyone to support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Alvey. Councillor Brown.
Yes, I think this is the correct way to go about investigating the Truro Kenwyn issues, and in his remarks on the previous agenda item, Councillor Cole anticipated what I was going to say as well. I just want to assure people it's not really kicking an issue into the long grass or even the very close grass. If the general recommendations which we'll be voting on after the last of the amendments are carried, that will encourage the next council to pick up the review. They don't have to, it's up to them, but if they agree to pick up the review, then this process can start to move forward probably about a year on in after the next elections. So I'm perfectly content if this amendment is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Cole, did you wish to add anything?
Nothing further to add, and I'll just confirm that so this gets a good airing properly in the next council, I'll support the deferral as set out.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors who may wish to speak? If so, could you pop an X into the chat box, please? I'll give you a couple of seconds to do so. I'm having a look at the chat box as we speak, and I can't see anything coming in. So I think, Monitoring Officer, we're going to go to the vote again, please.
Chairman, I assume that Councillor Harris doesn't want to sum up, but just want to check that point.
Good point. Councillor Harris, do you wish to sum up?
I don't need to, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel.
Thank you, Chairman. So members, as before, I'll go to the vote. We're voting on the second recommendation under 707 Kenwyn 718 Truro CNA 7 in your packs. So just to confirm, that's what we're voting on. So as before, I'll be seeking a for, against or abstain. Alvey.
For.
Atherfold.
For.
Barnes.
For.
Bastin.
For.
Batters.
For.
Bisco.
Against.
Just checking if Jeff Brown has returned to the call. No. Malcolm Brown.
For.
Bull.
For.
Burden.
Against.
Buscombe.
For.
Callan.
For.
Cole.
For.
Collins.
For.
Councillor Craig, I don't believe, is on the call again. Councillor Craker.
For.
Davis. Councillor Davis.
Sorry,
I believe
Mel,
he left the
chairman
meeting.
here. Yes, he's just sent me a note to say that he has been called into a meeting. He won't be attending the meeting any further.
Thank you, Chairman, for the confirmation. Desmond.
For.
Dolphin.
For.
Thank you. Duffin.
For.
Dwelly.
For.
Dyer.
For.
Ethan Gibbons.
For.
Eddie.
For.
Edgerton.
For.
Ecclesmith.
For.
Ellenbrook.
For.
Elliott.
For.
Councillor Elliott, can I just confirm that vote was for?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
For.
Fairman.
For.
Barrington.
For.
Bitter.
Against.
Flashman.
For.
Councillor Fox returned to the call.
For.
Formosa.
For.
Frank.
For.
Frost.
For.
Gammon.
For.
Councillor Gammon, apologies. Can you repeat that vote for me, please?
For.
Thank you. German.
For.
Giles.
For.
Greenslade.
For.
Councillor Greenslade, can you confirm your vote, please?
For.
Thank you. Hannaford.
For.
Harris. Councillor Harris, can you confirm your vote, please?
I apologise. For.
Thank you. Harvey.
For.
For.
Hawkins.
For.
Hendry.
For.
Hurd.
For.
Hayward.
For.
James.
For.
Jedkin.
For.
Thank you. Jewel.
For.
Jordan.
For.
Keelan.
For.
Kenny.
For.
Kirk.
For.
Kirkham.
For.
Lennox Boyd.
For.
Long.
For.
Luke.
For.
Colin Martin.
For.
John Martin.
Against.
Councillor Massey, have you returned to the call yet? No. May. Councillor May, are you able to confirm your vote for me, please?
For.
Thank you. I don't believe Councillor McKenna has returned yet. Councillor Lenning.
For.
Andrew Mitchell, have you returned to the call yet? No. Monk. Councillor Monk, can you confirm your vote for me, please? I'll come back to you, Councillor Monk. Oh, thank you, Councillor Monk. Councillor Moorcroft.
Yeah, for, Mel.
Mould.
For.
Musto.
For.
Nolan.
For.
Adrian Parsons.
For.
David Parsons.
For.
Jane Pascoe.
For.
Lionel Pascoe.
For.
Hater. Councillor Painter, can you confirm your vote for me, please? I'll come back to Councillor Painter. Pears.
4.
Pollard.
4.
Hugh.
4.
Rich.
4.
Robinson.
4.
Rogerson.
4.
Bouse.
4.
Bushworth.
4.
Thornby.
4.
Saunders.
4.
Beaver.
4.
Simmons.
Against.
Tamlin.
4.
Taylor.
4.
John Thomas.
4.
Mike Thomas.
4.
Toms.
4.
Towell. Councillor Towell, can you? Thank you, Councillor Towell. Tudor. 4. Wallace.
4.
White.
4.
Peter Williams.
4.
And I don't know if Councillor Wills has returned to the call yet. No Councillor Wills. So that leaves one outstanding vote. So this is the final call for Councillor Painter. Please, can you confirm your vote? Chairman, I'll be recording a nil vote for Councillor Painter. That concludes the roll call. We'll confirm the outcome of that decision.
Thank you, Managing Officer.
Thank you, Chairman. I can confirm that that vote was carried. 88 votes for, 5 against and no abstentions.
Lovely, thank you. Thank you, councillors. So we will now move on to amendment number 7. This originally was proposed by Councillor French, I believe, but he is not here today. He's been unavoidably detained elsewhere, and so it is now going to be proposed by Councillor Mustoe and seconded by Councillor Taylor. You will find the amendments, the details on your agenda pack from page 117 onwards, and also in the supplementary pack from page 36 onwards. After inviting Councillor Mustoe to move the amendment, I will invite Councillor Taylor to second it. Then I will go to Councillor Brown and then Councillor Cole as Chair and Vice Chair of the panel. Councillor Bull has so far indicated that she wishes to speak. If there are other councillors who wish to speak, please pop an X in the box. So first of all, Councillor Mustoe, please.
Thank you, Chair, and councillors, I apologise that you'll have to hear from me on 2 amendments today as I'm speaking for Councillor French, who I'm sure you will join me in wishing a speedy recovery to, on what was initially his amendment around the boundaries of Carline Parish and St Austell Parish at the Gwallon Quays development. I was present at the meeting of the electoral review panel where the panel members voted against the officer recommendation and to transfer this land to St Austell Parish. Officer recommendation was that no change be made to the boundary between Carline Parish and St Austell Parish at Gwallon Quays, as the current boundary better reflects the identities and interests of the community in that area. I was surprised then to see the panel vote against this clear recommendation and instead recommend this area go to St Austell Parish. Perhaps it was because the panel was swayed by a number of St Austell Town councillors, also St Austell Cornwall councillors, who were allowed to speak in favour of the transfer of this land to St Austell. Carline Parish was not afforded this opportunity because it was against the rules of the earlier meeting. While I will not comment on this, as it was within the constitution of the council, in the interest of fairness, I'm glad to see a resident able to speak up at today's meeting in the public questions. I trust members will have already seen the spirited correspondence from Carline Parish Council, which makes the case for members to vote to keep this area in their parish, as well as the detailed text of the amendment from Councillor French. To add some of my own thoughts, and as an observer of the meeting where this decision was made, much was made of the railway line that passes through and along the boundary of St Austell being a natural boundary for the settlement. This only seems to have been used as such by the panel when it was convenient to do so. Even in this locality, using the railway as the boundary between St Austell and Carline parishes is a nonsense, as a whole ward of the Carline parish, Tregrain ward, can be found to the north of the railway line already, a significant area for the overall parish. Secondly, as a champion of affordable housing, I would say that in both this amendment and my own, these large housing developments would provide affordable housing for those parishes in the outskirts of St Austell that currently have none. Thirdly, and again something I see with increasing regularity in the parishes I represent on the outskirts of St Austell, is that they're being asked to take on more and more devolved services. This development, if incorporated into Carline Parish, would help fund the smaller budget of the parish council to effectively deliver these local services. If not incorporated, these services will otherwise have to stop, be limited, or see existing residents have an unfair burden of parish precept. Keeping this area in Carline Parish will aid the parish in their long-term sustainability. For now, I urge councillors to vote for this amendment in line with the original officer recommendation and keep Gwallon Quays in Carline Parish. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mustoe. Councillor Taylor, I'm going to invite you in. Councillor Mustoe and Taylor, is it helpful to have this map up? Would you like to have it kept up? Can I just ask you to confirm?
I don't mind.
Don't mind. Grand, we'll keep it up there for a little bit then. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to be supporting the amendment as put forward by Councillor James Mustoe. He has eloquently put forward the reasons why we're asking you to support this amendment. And the only thing I would like to add to Councillor Mustoe's observations is community is key, especially nowadays, and communities need an identity and a sense of belonging. And voting to support this amendment will make sure that those communities will have their identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Moving to Councillor Brown as chair of the panel.
Yeah, I am chair of the panel, but I'd better state for the record that if this boundary change comes into effect, it would come into the new Bethel and Holmbush electoral division. I think part of the clue to that electoral division is its title, Bethel and Holmbush, and there is no doubt that as this development is built, the residents who live there are going to be looking to Holmbush to be its centre for its services. Those of you who know St Austell well will know that there is a good range of local facilities at Holmbush, like the post office, the local superstores and so on. And I don't believe that the people who live in this new development, which is just starting but is definitely going ahead, are going to feel identity with Carlisle Parish, which is essentially Carlisle Bay, a much more exclusive residential area, and also Tregrain, which is a rural village going up a valley. This area is much more similarly aligned in character to the bit of Holmbush on the other side of the A390, and that's where I think it lies. I think the panel came to the decision that they did, partly to be consistent with what Cornwall Council voted a year ago.
30 seconds.
But also, I don't think they placed as much weight as officers did on the representations from a fairly limited number of members of the public, none of whom live in the immediate area. So I certainly hope that the amendment won't be accepted. I'm sorry that Councillor French isn't here again to present firsthand the opinions of the people that he represents. Although he does also represent the people living on the other side of the A390. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Cole, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is one of the proposals that the chairman and I took different views on in the panel meetings, and I just say it is true that the committee took a different view to the officer recommendation, which was for no change, and that was predicated, I believe, to a certain degree, that there have been a number of representation from residents in Carlisle Parish seeking no change. For members' information, the vote to make this change was 7 votes to 3. So that's just a bit of background information. I will be sticking to my previous position, which is to support the amendment as laid out by Councillor Mustoe. But I must say I do want to defend the process. We had meetings that members could attend, and there was I know that Councillor French was unable to attend for obviously health reasons, but any criticism of the process and people's ability to speak in passionate speeches today, I think is a bit unfair, because that could have been done by other members on the day. So I think the process has been handled appropriately, but that says I will be differing from the chairman in my vote this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. So Councillor Bull indicated to me before the meeting that she wished to speak. I have her on the coming up next, and then Councillor Pears has indicated in the chat box that he wished to speak. So Councillor Bull first, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and thanks to the panel for its hard work. From the very beginning of this whole review, I've taken a geographical and community look and based my decisions all the way through on that. I'm asking you to vote against the amendment simply because of the reality on the ground. Gwallan Quay sits on and faces the A390 entering St Austell. It's clearly part of both the community and the nature of the town. The planning inspector, when he approved the application, said it was because it was well linked to St Austell. It's not just well linked, it is entirely served by and sustainable only because of the services of St Austell. As Councillor Brown said, it's actually a stone's throw away from Holbush Square, where sits Tesco, the post office, local shops, dentists and others. It sits right on St Austell's bus route. The retiming of St Austell traffic lights had to take place to accommodate it, and a new St Austell bus stop. The rear of the estate has elevated land leading up to the railway line, that is true. And beyond that railway line is Calion Bay, but because of the elevation of the land, it's almost not even visible.
30 seconds.
Railway lines are said to be strong boundaries. It was accepted by Cornwall Council as St Austell at a council meeting in 2019, and the electoral review panel considered carefully twice and each time linked it to St Austell. I'm afraid whichever way you look at it, looking at this estate is clearly part of St Austell, so I'm asking you to vote against the amendment, please. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Poole. Councillor Pears, please. Councillor Pears. One more call for Councillor Pears.
Chairman Sarah Goodall, meeting producer. It looks as if Councillor Pears has left the meeting.
Right.
Oh, he's not appearing in the participant list.
He put an X in the box about 10 minutes ago. I think, are there any? Well, I'm going to give him a couple more minutes to try and rejoin the meeting. In the meantime, are there any members of the panel who might wish to make a comment, or any other members? No. Meeting producer, can you see if Richard, Councillor Pears, is trying to rejoin the meeting at all? Are you able to?
Chairman, I can't see that.
Councillor Hayward has indicated you wish to speak.
In the meantime, Chairman, meeting producer, I'll give Councillor Pears a quick phone.
Lovely, thank you. Councillor Hayward.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't going to speak because my division is right the other side of St Austell. But as Councillor Pears is not here, I'll just do a quick. I shall be voting for this amendment. I personally feel that this is so far away from St Austell town and St Austell town centre as to have no logical link to it whatsoever. It's closer, in fact, to St Blazey and Carlion. So that's my thoughts on it.
Thank you, Councillor Hayward. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak? Councillors, I'm going to adjourn just until 25 minutes past 1, just to give us a chance to contact Councillor Pears. Because 10 minutes ago he was in the meeting and he did indicate he wished to speak. So I'm concerned that we should not. We should try and make sure that he does have every opportunity to speak. So I'm going to adjourn until 1:25. 1:25, please. Thank you.
Chairman, meeting producer Sarah Goodall here. Councillor Pears's internet has gone down. He is trying to rejoin the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
He would appreciate 5 minutes.
Yep, at the moment we've got 1:25. If he's not there, then we will carry on waiting for a little bit more, but we've adjourned until 1:25.
Now they need. Oh, I better turn this off.
Councillors, just to advise that we are trying to get Councillor Pears to dial in via the telephone. It's going to take us a couple of more minutes, but it looks like we should be able to get him to enable him to take part in the meeting via telephone. So bear with us a couple more minutes, please.
Councillor Dyer, it's the meeting producer, Sarah here. Can you click your camera icon on your toolbar again, because your camera's showing? Thank you.
Members, just to advise, we are still trying to establish a connection with Councillor Pearce. He's having various issues. He's trying various phone numbers, but not succeeding. He is still currently trying, so we are going to give him a few more minutes just to make sure that there is any, just to make sure that he can, or we'll give him every chance to be able to join us. I wonder if any of his colleagues, I wonder if he could email what he was going to say to any of his colleagues. Is that a possibility?
Chair, if I may.
Councillor Taylor, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think under the circumstances, I think it would be prudent if we were to continue with the meeting.
Yes. Councillor, monitoring officer, could I bring you in, please? Because you're in contact with Councillor Pearce, I believe.
Yeah, Chairman, so I can confirm that we have tried to make contact with the Councillor Pearce, and the meeting producer has tried to get him to be able to call into the meeting. Meeting producer, if you can just confirm update on how that progress is going.
Yes, Monitoring Officer, Sarah Goodall, meeting producer. I've spoken to Councillor Pearce, but both his phone signal and his internet have cut off. I don't know if it's a weather issue. I did manage to speak to him on the phone, but it was quite broken. I've sent him the details to dial into the meeting and the conference ID so he can join, as Councillor Flashman and Councillor White have joined.
Oh, I believe he's just joined, Chairman.
Councillor Pearce, it's Sarah Goodall, meeting producer. Can you hear me? Councillor Pearce, can you hear me? Councillor Pearce, can you hear us?
Councillor Taylor,
Yeah.
can I? Oh. Councillor Taylor, can I bring you in, please?
Yes, Chair. I think everybody's agreed that we've given quite enough time, and he is one of my members, and I would like to suggest that we move on to the vote, please.
If you're happy
and
with
I'm
that.
sure the same consideration will be given by the other groups. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Group Leader. For Conservatives, I appreciate your intervention there. I'm afraid, Councillors, I don't know if you can hear us, but we're going to have to move on. So I'm going to go back to the mover of the motion to sum up. Councillor Mustoe, please.
Thank you, Chair. I hope Councillor Pearce is all right. I've kind of lost my train of thought a bit, but I would say just.
Chairman, please can members mute their
I'm not
microphones.
proceeding until that finishes.
I have just muted that, Councillor, Chairman.
Thank you. All I can say is, I think you read Councillor French's original text for the motion, and hopefully had a time to digest what I've said and what Councillor Hayward from St Austell also said, as well as the support from some members of the electoral review panel. And I ask members to vote in support of this amendment, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mustoe. So, Monitoring Officer, I'm going to call you in to lead us in the vote, please.
Yes, certainly, Chairman. So just as a reminder to members, we are on Amendment 7. I do know a bit of a period of time has elapsed, so you might not be aware, but Amendment 7, members, is what we're voting on now. So if I can ask that members vote for, against or abstain. Alvey.
For.
Atherford.
For.
Bastin.
For. I think I'm against, if I remember rightly. Thank you.
Biscoe. Councillor Biscoe, can you confirm your vote, please? I'll come back to Councillor Biscoe. Councillor Jeff Brown, I'm not sure if you'll return to the meeting. Malcolm Brown.
Against.
Bull.
Against.
Burden.
For the officers,
Apologies, Councillor Burden, I didn't quite catch that. Can you repeat for, against, or abstain?
for the officers' amendment.
For the amendment, I heard
Yes.
there, Councillor Burden. Buscombe.
Against.
Callan.
For.
Hole.
For.
Collins.
For.
Apologies, Councillor Collins, could you repeat that vote for me, please?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Craig, I'm not sure if you returned to the call. Quaker.
For.
Desmond.
For.
Dolphin. I've taken that as abstention, Councillor Dolphin. Duffin.
Against.
Dwelly.
Against.
Dyer. Councillor Dyer, can you confirm your vote?
For. Sorry.
Thank you. Ethan Gibbons.
For.
Eddie.
Against.
Edgerton.
Against.
Smith.
Against.
Ellenbrook.
For.
Elliott.
For.
Evans.
For.
Fairman.
Against.
Barrington.
Against.
Bitter.
Against.
Flashman.
For.
Councillor Fonk, I don't believe you've returned to the meeting yet. Foot.
Against.
Formosa.
For.
Frank.
Against.
Frost.
Against.
Gammon.
Against.
German.
Abstain.
Giles.
For.
Reeslade.
For.
Hannaford.
Against.
Harris.
For.
Harvey.
For.
Hawkin.
Abstain.
Hawkins.
Against.
Hendry.
For.
Hurd.
For.
Hayward.
For.
James.
Abstain.
Jenkin.
For.
Jewel.
For.
Jordan.
For.
Keelan.
For.
Penny.
Against.
Kirk.
Abstain.
Kirkham.
Abstain.
Lennox Boyd.
For.
Long.
For.
Luke.
For.
Colin Martin.
Against.
Tom Martin.
Hang on.
Against.
Somebody's talking. Can I just ask members to keep quiet while I'm doing the vote? Thank you. Councillor Massey, I don't believe we've returned to the room, the virtual room that is. May.
For.
McKenna. Councillor, somebody's got a printer going, unfortunately that's causing a lot of disturbance. Can I ask you to mute Councillor with the printer? So apologies. Lenning.
For.
Thank you. Andrew Mitchell.
I'm just back. I didn't hear any debate, so I'll abstain.
Thank you. Monk.
For.
Moorcroft.
Against.
Mould.
For.
Wusto.
For.
Nolan.
Against.
Adrian Parsons.
Against.
David Parsons.
Against.
Jane Pascoe.
For.
Lionel Pascoe.
For.
Painter.
Against.
Hares. I'll pick that one up with you in a moment. Meeting producer, see if he's come on the call. Pugh.
For.
Rich.
Abstain.
Robinson.
For.
Rogerson.
Against.
Rouse.
For.
Rushworth.
For.
Thornby.
Abstain.
Saunders.
For.
Seaver.
For.
Simmons.
Against.
Tamlin.
Against.
Taylor.
For.
John Thomas.
Against.
Mike Thomas.
Against.
Toms.
For.
Towel.
For.
Tudor.
For.
Wallace.
4.
White,
4.
Peter Williams,
4.
Councillor Wills. I'm not sure if you're returned. And I do apologise, Chairman, for all my sins. I missed out the Chairman of the Constitution and Governance Committee, Pollard.
Unforgivable. I abstain.
Thank you. So just a few votes outstanding, Chairman. So final call for Councillor Biscoe.
I abstain, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Biscoe. And meter producer, can you confirm the position in relation to Councillor Pears?
Yes, it seems if Councillor Pears has been unable to join the call.
Thank
He's
you.
on the phone or in the participant list.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. That concludes the roll call. We will confirm the vote in 1 moment.
Chairman, I can confirm that that vote was carried. 51 votes for, 32 against, and 11 abstentions.
Okay. Thank you, councillors, and thank you for your forbearance. So we're now going to move on to amendment number 8, and again this is around the St Austell area, and it's been moved by Councillor Mustoe, and he has, I'm allowing him to speak for 2.5 minutes on this occasion, and it will be seconded by Councillor Linda Taylor. After this, yes, we're calling up the map, thank you. Then I will go to Councillor Brown as the chair of the panel, Councillor Cole as the vice chair, and Councillor Bull has indicated that she wishes to speak. So first of all, Councillor Mustoe again, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm putting forward this amendment, which is in my own division, to ask that the decision made by the electoral review panel to transfer land on a higher Twiddle site from Penshurn Valley Parish to St Austell Parish be changed to be referred to the next council after the May 2021 elections. I was concerned that at their meeting of the 6th of October, the panel voted to give the whole of the site allocated for the higher Twiddle development to St Austell Parish, despite objections from Penshurn Valley Parish and my suggestion that the panel did not agree with the parish's compromise that they should defer any decision to the next council. It's contentious because Penshurn Valley Parish have at no time said this was the area of land they jointly wished to transfer with St Austell Town Council. As well as this, since Penshurn Valley Parish were last consulted, the electoral review panel now proposes to transfer out of their parish further field. This was done without local consultation. Either way, this is contentious and there is no agreement between the parishes around the transfer of this land. The panel has set its formal meetings previously that it would vote to defer contentious changes where the neighbouring parishes don't agree to the next council, and has done this on a number of occasions. This has happened notably with decisions around transfer of land around Penzance, Padstow, St Minver Highlands, and St Minver Lowlands, Davidstow, Trinegloffs and Warbstow. Also in particular land from Treverben Parish to St Austell Boscopper. All referred to the next council with wording along the lines of that recommendations be referred to the next council because of the lack of agreement between the parishes concerned. Members of the electoral review panel did initially vote on this, referring this matter to the next council, and I thank Councillor Kenny and Councillor Wood for proposing and seconding this, but the vote was narrowly lost. I believe that if the electoral review panel...
Councillor Mustoe, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know you want to try and squeeze as much as you can, but you're going just a little bit too fast for councillors to understand.
Sorry.
Perhaps if you can speak a bit slower, and we will be lenient with the timings.
Thank you. I'll just go back a bit then. Members of the electoral review panel did indeed initially vote on referring this matter to the next council, and I thank Councillor Kenny and Councillor Wood for proposing and seconding this, but the vote was narrowly lost. I believe that if the electoral review panel is taking this position to refer contentious issues to the next council, then they should be consistent with it. This boundary is clearly contentious using the above criteria, as the parishes involved have not reached an agreement on it, and this issue should therefore have been referred to the next council. The electoral review panel should not get to decide what is and what is not contentious. All I am asking councillors to do today is bring the electoral review panel's decision on this contentious issue between Penshurn Valley Parish and St Austell Parish in line with their other decisions and vote to refer it to the next council instead of imposing a decision which does not have local support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mustoe. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I will obviously endorse exactly what Councillor Mustoe has said and just emphasise the contentious nature of why he's bringing this amendment to full council, and ask that the electoral review panel do follow their previous examples and ask that no decision is made today and it is brought back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Brown, please.
Yeah, I don't agree with this amendment, and I think it's different from the one that you've just carried. Firstly, I think Councillor Mustoe and Councillor Taylor have both misunderstood why the electoral review panel itself proposed referring some items to the next council. It's not because they're controversial. We shouldn't duck issues which are controversial. We should face up to them. That's why we're elected as councillors. Why we referred some to the next council, in particular Penzance, was because they are so complicated still, and there was no prospect of resolving them in the limited time that we had following the pandemic before the end of this council. Now, the issue here is actually quite straightforward, in that there is a large residential development which is now under construction, the line of which is shown in the map which is up on the screen, and there are three simple outcomes for this. You either decide that the whole of the new residential development, which is close to the centre of St Austell, which I hope will satisfy Councillor Hayward, is that it is very close to the centre of the town centre. So I think you can argue it should all be in St Austell parish. You can argue it should all be in Pentuan Valley because that's where it lies now. Or you can argue that as a compromise, which is what was originally being suggested, that the estate road, which isn't shown on the map, but roughly goes through the middle, that should be used as the boundary. I can see the aeroplane hovering over it now. So in effect, the bit on one side would go to St Austell and the bit on the other side would go to Pentuan Valley. I always thought that was a pretty
30 seconds.
A pretty foolish attempt to come to a compromise. I can't think of any other residential estate which we have deliberately divided between parishes. If that's the way the parish boundary currently falls, then that's a different debate, and we've already had that in relation to other areas. So I don't think, and the majority of the electoral review panel didn't think the case for deferral was strong enough. They made a minor adjustment to the boundary, and I hope you will go along with that and not support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Cole, please.
Hello again. Yes, this was another one where the chairman and I voted in different ways. For the record, the votes that were taken were 6 votes to 4, so that gives an indication of the committee and the way it was thinking. Just to follow on from what Malcolm was saying, I think it's I think it's fair to say that the option to divide this area into 2 didn't get that much traction in the meeting. There was a lot of time spent, if you like, tidying up the boundary on the southern side. But some of us, I think, were also concerned that there was a lot of unhappiness in terms of the ongoing discussions. So some of us did actually support deferrals. So over to you, members.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. I have Councillor Bull, who's indicated she wishes to speak, and also Councillor Edgerton. Before inviting Councillor Bull, meeting producer, could you in the meantime just have a final check with Councillor Pearce to see whether he will be able to join us later or not? Thank you. So Councillor Bull first.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And this is another one where I genuinely did take a geographic view on this whole process from the very beginning. Higher Trewhiddle Farm sits within the bowl of St Austell. It came about because the land was identified through St Austell Town Framework process, which was chaired by Councillor French and spent several years. We don't have a neighbourhood development plan, but we do have a town framework. And it was decided that the housing numbers for St Austell should stay, be allocated to this area rather than blasted at the northeastern part of St Austell, which has suffered from such high housing numbers and traffic through small residential roads. So this came about via the St Austell Town Framework process. It's close to the town centre. It sits in a site alongside St Austell Arts and Community Centre. The Community Centre is much used now, and it is hoped that this will be a community hub, a facility. I see no sense at all in splitting the estate. And I also see no sense at all in deferring the decision. So really, I'm asking that you vote that this is part of St Austell and reject the amendment. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Councillor Edgerton, I'm going to invite you to speak next, and Councillor Kenny has also indicated she wishes to speak. So Councillor Edgerton first, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I'll only speak very shortly. It seems to me blindingly obvious this bit of land should be in St Austell. Pentuan Valley is a newish parish council. It's a rather strange one which fills up that sort of gap between St Mewan and St Ewe, and then across to Carlisle. This should always have been in St Austell, I would think, but because St Austell boundaries were set a long time ago, and I think it's a natural place for it to be within St Austell, not within Pentuan.
Thank you, Councillor Edgerton. Councillor Kenny, please.
Oh, sorry, I've just shared my screen again. Yes, I actually think the recommendation of the panel was very sensible, but I am very conscious that Pentuan Valley were not happy with it, and I don't want our panel or Cornwall Council to be seen to be imposing arrangements which are not, where people feel they haven't had a chance to put their case forward. That's why I proposed deferment before, and I will continue to propose deferment or support deferment.
Sorry, members, I was just distracted trying to get hold of Richard Pearce. Councillor Goodall, sorry, Sarah Goodall, meeting producer. Have you been able to contact Richard Pearce at all?
Meeting producer here. No, I haven't, Chairman. I'll try him on the phone again.
Okay. So I'm going to move on, though, I think, because unless there are any other councillors who wish to speak, Councillor Hayward or St Austell members or other panel members. If not, I'm going to go back to Councillor Mustoe to sum up, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think in summing up, I'd also draw similarities in terms of the ability to provide parish functions for Pentuan Valley should this be retained, and also the affordable housing for the area, again, something which has been forefront of my mind for as long as I've been a Cornwall councillor, that we don't have any in the parish as it stands. And in terms of what other councillors have said about not deferring things, as far as I can tell, the electoral review panel has deferred things, and in this very meeting, we as councillors have voted to defer things that are contentious. This is contentious, the parishes don't agree, and therefore I'd encourage councillors to vote for my amendment and to keep this land in Pentuan Valley Parish. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mustoe. Could I invite Mel, the monitoring officer, in, please, to conduct us in the roll call? Roll call vote, even.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So just to remind members, we're voting on the amendment relating to Pentuan Valley, headed 103 on your papers, and this amendment seeks the deferral of the matter. So members, as before, if I can ask that you vote for, against or abstain. So Alvey.
For.
Atherford.
For.
Bastin.
For.
Batters.
Against.
Biscoe. Councillor Biscoe, are you able to confirm your vote, please? I'll come back to Councillor Biscoe. Councillor Jeff Brown, not sure if you've returned. Malcolm Brown.
Against.
Full.
Against.
Burden.
For the amendment.
Buscombe.
Against.
Callan.
Against.
Code.
Abstain.
Cole.
For.
Collins.
For.
Craigo. Not returned to the meeting. Quaker.
For.
Desmond.
For.
Dolphin. Councillor Dolphin recording that as against. Duffin.
Against.
Welly.
Against.
Dyer.
For.
Ethorn Gibbons.
Against.
D.
For.
Edgerton.
Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, against.
Thank you.
Against.
Ellenbrook.
For.
Elliott.
For.
Evans.
For.
Fairman.
Against.
Farrington.
Against.
Bitter.
Against.
Flashman.
For.
Bonk.
Against.
Foot.
Against.
Formosa.
For.
Frank.
Against.
Frost.
Against.
Gammon. Councillor Gammon, can you confirm your vote for me, please? I'll come back to Councillor Gammon. German.
He's left.
Monitoring officer, the leader has left the
I
meeting.
missed that one, apologies. Giles.
For.
Hannaford.
Against.
Harris.
For.
Harvey.
For.
Hawkin.
Against.
Hawkins.
Against.
Hendry.
Against.
Hurd.
For.
Hayward.
Against.
Ames.
Against.
Jenkin.
For.
Jewell. Councillor Jordan. Thank you. Jordan.
For.
Keelan.
For.
Annie.
For.
Councillor Kirk, can you confirm your vote, please?
Abstain.
Kirkham.
Abstain.
Councillor Long.
For.
Luke.
For.
Colin Martin.
Abstain.
John Martin.
Against.
See, I don't believe we returned to the meeting, but if you're here, can you cast your vote? May.
For.
McKenna.
Abstain.
McLenning.
For.
Andrew Mitchell. Councillor Andrew Mitchell, please can you confirm your vote? I'll come back to Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Monk.
For.
Moorcroft.
Against.
Mould.
For.
Musto.
For.
Nolan.
Against.
Adrian Parsons.
Against.
David Parsons.
Against.
Jane Pascoe.
For.
Lionel Pascoe.
For.
Adam Painter.
Against.
Pears. Come back to Pears meeting producer. Pollard.
For.
Pugh.
For.
Rich.
Against.
Robinson.
For.
Rogerson. Councillor Rogerson, can you confirm your vote for me, please?
Drive on.
I'll come back to Councillor Rogerson. Rouse.
For.
Rushworth.
For.
Thornby.
Abstain.
Saunders.
For.
Seaver.
For.
Simmons.
Against.
Tamlin.
Against.
Taylor.
For.
John Thomas.
Against.
Mike Thomas.
Against.
Toms.
For.
Howell.
For.
Tudor.
Abstain.
Wallace.
For.
White.
For.
Peter Williams.
For.
And Councillor Wills, I'm not sure if you've returned to the meeting. So just a few to check, Chairman, if I can. So can I have the final vote for Councillor Biscoe, please? Final call for the vote for Councillor Biscoe. No vote recorded, Chairman. Final vote for Councillor Gammon.
Meeting producer, it appears Councillor Gammon's left the meeting.
Okay, thank you, meeting producer. Final call for Councillor Andrew Mitchell. No vote recorded, Chairman. Meeting producer, are you able to confirm the position in relation to Councillor Pears?
Yes, Councillor Pears still unable to join the meeting, and I've been unable to reach him on the telephone as well.
Thank you. Final call for the vote for Councillor Rogerson.
Yes, Montrose, it looks as if Councillor Rogerson has also left the meeting. She's not in the participant list.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Chairman. That concludes the roll call. We will confirm the outcome of that vote.
Chairman, I can confirm that that vote was carried. 47 votes for, 35 against and 7 abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. So we are now moving on to the next amendment that was listed in your pack was amendment number 9. As advised earlier, this amendment has been withdrawn. So we are now going to move on to our final amendment, which is amendment number 10. That's amendment number 10, which is around Launceston and South Pethawin. I've been advised, so this is on your agenda pack starting from page 182 and your supplementary pack starting from page 50, that's 50. Before I go into this, Chris Batters, Councillor Batters, you have your hand raised. I'm not sure. Okay, it's disappeared. Thank you. So this has been moved by Councillor Burden, seconded by Councillor Painter. So I will be inviting those councillors to speak. Other councillors, then I will come to Councillor Malcolm Brown and then Councillor Cole. So this is amendment number 10. Councillor Burden, do you wish to have the map put up?
That's great. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is great. You see, it's very simple. And as Councillor Malcolm Brown did mention on the introduction, and then we had a member of the public who lives in the houses to the left of the blue boundary line. That's right, yes. So there has been no consultation. There has been hints that perhaps the whole industrial estate should be as one, and of course the natural boundary would be the main road. But the main thing is that we don't make some stupid change without consulting the houses that would be affected. If the main road was the boundary, that's the B3254 up to the roundabout and using the new dual carriageway A30, that would affect no dwellings at all, and I suppose it would sort it. But at the moment we don't want any change unless to damage, not to, sorry, it's nice interference. We don't want to upset the public, and of course there's no natural line if you go to the west of the industrial estate. The only natural line is the main road. And that's it really, so no change, or I want to hear what Councillor Painter says.
Thank you, Councillor Burden. Councillor Painter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Burden. Yeah, this was news to me when I saw the paperwork. I didn't realise that I was down to second this. Councillor Burden hadn't chosen to tell me that, but I am happy to second this amendment. I don't actually think it makes any difference really to what the panel were recommending, and I would have been just as happy to have stuck with the panel's recommendations. But I think, as other members from outside of Launceston can see, that the old boundaries do pretty much cut the industrial estate in half, and there are no houses in the bit that go towards Launceston. It's really the bit that's in the South Pethawin parish that has a few dwelling houses. But I think at this time, because there wasn't any agreement between the parish and the town council, I think it's best that it does stay the same. But I think that could have been achieved either through the panel's recommendation or through the amendment. But I'm happy to take the amendment, and I think then going forward into the next council, when boundaries will be looked at again, there will be a chance that the parish could then look to tidy things up with the town council at that time. But I'm happy to second the amendment. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Lovely, thank you, Councillor Painter. Councillor Brown, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to go with Councillor Burden and Councillor Painter. I do remember back to the earlier stages of the discussion in the Launceston area, and I think at the time the rural parishes did feel threatened by the town council and the scale of their ambition. How justified or not that was, that's for everybody to judge. So I think probably by the time the panel got to this item, I think they were running out of confidence to make firm recommendations, so they suggested deferral. Again, I don't really understand why they did that. I think they could have come to a more positive recommendation one way or the other. I accept what both Councillor Burden and Councillor Painter are saying, that there isn't local agreement yet. If the amendment is carried, that will close the matter for the moment. But as with anything, given that we now know that the review will be continuing in the next council, if the new council wishes to pick it up, and the best of luck to them, it is always open to anybody to say, can we have another look at this again? So in practice, it may not differ a lot whether the panel recommendation or the amendment is carried, but I think the amendment is more decisive and at least closes the matter for this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Cole.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add is I think the panel were trying to be helpful, because we knew it was an issue where there were conflicting opinions, but we weren't hearing much at the actual meeting, hence the deferral. But yeah, I'm happy to be guided by the two local members that are saying let's put an end to the discussions with this amendment. So yeah, I'm happy to support the amendment too.
Lovely, thank you. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak before I go back to Councillor Burden to sum up? Any local members? I'm going to give you a second or two. I can't see anything in the chat box. Councillor Burden, do you wish to sum up?
Yeah, just to say thank you to everybody for their contribution. I mean, the members may not know, but the big discussion was north of that blue line, beyond the A30. That's where the great discussion was, and then this bit didn't get discussed. And I think if we didn't have COVID, we would have had another local meeting and that would have been sorted, but we'll leave it to another era. And if members can support the amendment, because that, as the chairman of the committee said, it closes it down for the time. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you, Councillor Burden. So I'm going to invite the monitoring officer back into the meeting to take us in the roll call, the vote for this. This, just to clarify, is amendment number 10. You will find it on your agenda pack, page 182, or your supplementary pack, page 50. Mel, over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. So over to the vote, members. 2 more votes to go. So I can ask you confirm for, against, or abstain. Chairman, I've just noticed some comments in the chat box there.
You're right. I'm seeing Councillor Jordan wishes to say something. Councillor Jordan, can I bring you in, please? Sorry, I missed you there.
Sorry, I was just going to agree with Councillor Burden and Councillor Painter. I lived in Lansing most of my life and I couldn't see any sense in this, so I'll cut it short there. Thank you.
Grand. Thank you, Councillor Jordan. Sorry I missed you. Monitoring officer, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So just confirming, members, if you confirm for, against, or abstention, that would be great. So Alvey.
Against.
Adderfold.
Against.
Bastin.
Against.
Batters.
For.
Bisco. Councillor Jeff Brown, not sure if you're returned. Malcolm Brown.
For.
Full.
For.
Burden.
For.
Buscombe.
For.
Callan.
For.
Code. Councillor Code, can you confirm your vote, please? I believe they moved offline. Cole.
For.
Collins.
For.
Crago. Not on the call. Quaker.
For.
Desmond.
Against.
Thank you. Dolphin. Councillor Dolphin confirmed voters for. Duffin.
For.
Dwelly.
Abstain.
Dyer.
For.
Ethorn Gibbons.
For.
Edgy.
For.
Edgerton.
Abstain.
Ecclesmith.
For.
Ellenbrook,
4.
Elliott,
4.
Evans,
4.
Fairman,
4.
Harrington,
4.
Fitter,
4.
Flashman,
4.
Bonk,
4.
Foot,
4.
Formosa,
4.
Frank,
4.
Frost,
4.
Gammon,
4.
Giles,
4.
Hannaford,
4.
Harris,
4.
Harvey,
4.
Morgan,
4.
Hawkins,
4.
Hendry,
4.
Bird,
4.
Hayward.
Do you want to see the rest of the
No. No, fine.
Members, can I just ask that if you've got people in the background that you mute your microphone? So I think I was on Councillor Hayward. Please can you confirm your vote?
4.
Thank you. James.
4.
Jenkin.
4.
Jewel. Councillor Jewel, please can you confirm your vote? Come back to that one, Chairman. Jordan.
4.
Keelan.
4.
Penny.
4.
Kirk.
4.
Kirkham.
4.
Long.
4.
Luke. Councillor Luke, can you confirm your vote for me, please?
4.
Thank you. Colin Martin.
4.
John Martin.
4.
Massey, I don't believe you've returned to the call. May.
4.
McKenna.
4.
McLenning.
4.
Andrew Mitchell.
4.
Got a bit of an echo, so I'm not sure what's causing that, members. Apologies. Monk.
4.
Moorcroft.
4.
Mould.
4.
Musto.
4.
Nolan.
4.
Adrian Parsons.
4.
Oh, you fixed it. David Parsons.
4.
Jane Pascoe.
4.
Lionel Pascoe.
4.
Painter.
4.
Pears. Come back to Councillor Pears with meeting producer. Presume not on call. Pollard.
4.
You.
4.
Rich, I think you're still on the call.
4.
Thank you. Robinson.
4.
Rogerson. I can see that Councillor Rogerson has got issues, so we'll come back to Councillor Rogerson, meeting producer. Rouse.
4.
Rushworth.
4.
Thornby.
4.
Saunders.
4.
Beaver. Councillor Seaver, please can you confirm your vote? Come back to Councillor Seaver. Simmons.
4.
Len.
4.
Taylor.
4.
Mike Thomas.
4.
Tom.
4.
Powell. Councillor
4.
Towell. Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
4.
Councillor White.
4.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Peter Williams.
4.
And Councillor Wills, I'm not sure if you returned to the call. So I'll go to some final votes. And meeting producer, if any of these people aren't online, if you could confirm, that would be grateful. And also if you can deal with the echo, that would be appreciated too. So Councillor Biscoe, final call for your vote, please. So no vote recorded against Councillor Biscoe. Councillor Code, meeting producer, I believe he may have left the call.
Yes, confirmed. Councillor Code has left the call.
Thank you. Councillor Jaw, final call for your vote, please.
No recorded vote, Chairman. Meeting producer, can you confirm whether Councillor Pears is on the call?
Councillor Pears has been unable to join the call.
Okay. Councillor Rogerson, meeting producer, can you confirm if Councillor Rogerson is on the call?
Yes, Councillor Rogerson is at the call. She's got internet issues, so I'll phone her after this item to check.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Seaver, final call for your vote, please.
Against.
Apologies, Councillor Seaver, could you repeat that for me?
Against.
Oh, thank you. Got that second time. Thank you very much, members. Thank you for your patience and apologies for the echoes there. Chairman, that concludes the roll call. We'll confirm the outcome of that vote in 1 second.
Chairman, I can confirm that that vote was carried. 80 votes for, 5 against and 2 abstentions. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, councillors. And you will be probably pleased to hear that that concludes the debate on the actual amendments. So we're now going to move to the vote on the substantive motion. Before we go on to the vote on the substantive motion, there are a couple of councillors who have indicated that they wish to speak, and they are Councillor Lionel Pascoe and Councillor Fairman. After inviting each of these councillors to speak, I will then move to Councillor Brown to sum up before the vote. We will then move to the vote, and before we move on to the vote, I will give a final statement clarifying exactly what we are voting for, including all the amendments that we approved earlier today. So first of all, the councillors who have asked to speak prior to the vote are Councillor Lionel Pascoe. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I should like to speak on behalf of St Earth Parish Council against the what Ludgvan Parish have stated in their report. I would like to thank the panel and the officers for the time and consideration that they have given to the review of the boundaries between St Earth and Ludgvan parishes. As we are aware, the current situation is not acceptable, with houses in the same row of residential properties in different parishes. The current recommendation addresses these anomalies, and as a result, the Canonstown community will now align completely with Ludgvan and Rosengroves entirely with St Earth. When the panel met on the 1st of October, there was a unanimous support for this recommendation, and you will note that all the feedback from the community during the public consultation period supported this approach, with 72 responses in total, including 3 from residents in Ludgvan Parish. I am sure you will agree with me that we owe it to the communities to support their recommendation. Many thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. Thank you. Councillor Fairman, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the most significant of the recommendations today is the creation of a new parish for Cornwall in Delabole. The purpose of the review is to ensure that our modern town and parish councils can be effective, convenient and efficient as we continue with our ambitious double devolution agenda. I can offer you all a simple statistic which will show you exactly why Delabole now needs to have a parish council of its own. The Camelford Community Network area consists of 17 town and parish councils, with the largest representation being the town of Camelford. At the moment, St Eph, including the village of Delabole, is by a wide margin the second largest. After today, Delabole alone will continue to be the second largest, while St Eph will only drop back to being the 5th. This will give you some indication of how unwieldy the current parish is to manage. The history linking St Eph and Delabole is as old as the quarry itself. Many of you might be unaware, but back in the old days, when we used to meet at New County Hall, each and every one of us walked across Delabole slates to get to the reception door. This has continued a tradition that is evidenced back to 1306 of Delabole slate being used for the Cornish halls and houses. By 1910, over 500 men were working in the quarry, and many terrace houses had filled the gaps between the original 3 rural hamlets. The church of St John's, with its symbolic slate altar, bound the hamlets together when it became the last church in Cornwall to be consecrated in 1881. However, by this time, no less than 4 chapels had been built by the working men in Delabole, and these reflected the emerging cultural differences between their village and the original church town of St Teph. Unfortunately, the pandemic put the governance review on hold for much of this year, leaving us less time to organise the new parish as would have been ideal, which has led to some nervousness on the part of the existing parish council. However, I would like to thank the panel chair and the officers for offering reassurance and guidance to the parish council, who are now content that this can be achieved in time for the local elections next year. This will be an historic day for Delabole, while benefiting the residents of both villages, bringing local democracy to the heart of each of them. And thank you for allowing me to mark this occasion.
Oh, with pleasure, Councillor Fairman. It is indeed a historic occasion. So I'm now going to, unless there are any other councillors who wish to make any comments, I'm just going to have a quick look at the chat box. I can't see anything coming in, so I'm going to go to Councillor Brown to sum up, please. Councillor Malcolm Brown.
Thank you very much, Chair. It may be just as well we're moving on to the final vote. I thought at one point the last one was going to be carried with 160 votes in favour, 10 against and 4 abstentions. So there we are. Now, I suspect by the end of today, nobody is happy with all of the votes on amendments that there have been. But having said that, I hope everybody is going to vote for the consolidated recommendation. There is one extra recommendation which I wish to add to that. This is following the intervention about Hale Town Council earlier in the meeting, and there was some discussion during the recess between officers, myself, you, and also Hale members. Now, the additional recommendation that we want to put is that Hale Town Council, having provided further details as to its proposed internal ward boundaries and the number of parish councillors, Council authorises the electoral review panel to decide whether or not to approve and give effect to that proposal, and if necessary, seek the consent of the Local Government Boundary Commission for England to any consequential changes to the electoral arrangements set out in the Cornwall Electoral Changes Order 2019. I'm sorry to read out such a load of guff at this stage of the meeting without you having the opportunity to consider it, but I am assured basically what it's asking for is delegation to the electoral review panel, which will be meeting later in October anyway, to approve the minutes of its previous meetings. By that time, officers kind of fully prepared for actions which are necessary to assist Hale, and it is probably better if you agree to give them delegation rather than it having to come back to another full council, much as I'm sure you've all enjoyed the ongoing excitement of today. The only other point which arose early in the meeting was about St Ives. Councillor Mitchell raised points. I don't consider that a further amendment is necessary to the resolution to cover that. I gave assurances to him what will be done to follow up his request, and with officers I will ensure that that is done. So having said that, Madam Chairman, I repeat that I earlier proposed the set of recommendations, now also wish to add this extra one. You may be wishing to say which of the detailed amendments have changed, but if members have picked up, have kept in touch with the meeting as it's gone through, they'll be aware of that, if only by the extent to which their blood pressure went up or down during particular votes. So I will again propose it, invite the Vice Chair to second it with the additional clause, and we can then hand back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Cole.
Yes, I'm very happy to second again with the additions to that, and I'll just make one slight addition. Malcolm misspoke slightly, and when he said that we would be meeting soon in October. We're actually going to be meeting, I think it's the 19th of November, just to give members full clarity. But yeah, happy to second.
Grand, thank you very much. So I will just read out some of the salient points here. So we are now going to move to the vote on recommendations to Council for agenda item number 6. This is the recommendations arising from stage 4 of the community review. So Cornwall Council has recommended to, and this is number 1.1, approve and give effect to the recommendations set out in the appendices to this report in order to ensure that community governance arrangements within Cornwall are effective and convenient and reflective of the identities and interests of communities within Cornwall, subject to the following amendments which were approved earlier today in our meeting, those being amendment number 1 for Paul St Buryan, amendment number 3, Cambrai, amendment number 6, Kenwyn Truro, amendment number 7, Carlisle St Austell, amendment number 8, St Austell Pintuan Valley, and amendment number 10, Launceston South Petherwin.
Chairman, sorry to interrupt, Chairman. It was also amendment number 4.
Oh, and amendment number 4. Good point, thank you. Amendment number 4 was Lana Redruth. Yes, sorry, amendment number 4, Lana Redruth. So that was 1.1. 1.2 is to approve the maps as referred to in the appendices showing the new boundaries of existing and new parishes with effect from the dates to be set out in Cornwall Council's Community Governance Review Order, subject to the amendments set out in 1.1 above. And then the remainder will be as printed out on pages 3 and 4 of the agenda pack, with the additional recommendation, which is 1.5 and then in brackets 4, which states, should any consent requested from the Local Government Boundary Commission for England be delayed or refused, a further report will be brought to Council. And then, as Councillor Brown just outlined, following Councillor Pollard's intervention earlier today, there will be a new recommendation, recommendation number 3, that Hale Town Council, having provided further details as to its proposed internal ward boundaries and the number of parish councillors, Council authorises the electoral review panel to decide whether or not to approve and give effect to that proposal, and, if necessary, seek the consent of the Local Government Boundary Commission for England to any consequential changes to the electoral arrangements set out in the Cornwall Electoral Changes Order 2019. So, Monitoring Officer Mel, could I bring you in to conduct us in our final vote today?
Thank you, Chairman. So stay with me, members. This is our final vote. So if I can ask that all members indicate for, against, or abstain. Alvey.
For.
Atherfold.
For.
Baston.
For.
Batters.
For.
Biscoe. Come back to Biscoe. I believe you may have left the call. Councillor Jeff Brown. Councillor Jeff Brown hasn't returned to the call. Malcolm Brown.
For.
Bull.
For.
Burden.
For.
Buscombe.
For.
I believe Councillor Callan has left the call.
No, sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry, Officer. 4. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Callan. Apologies for thinking you'd left. Code. Councillor Code. Come back to you, Councillor Code. Councillor Cole.
For.
Collins.
For.
I don't believe has returned to the call. Quaker.
For.
Desmond.
For.
Councillor Dolphin, I confirmed your vote is for. Yes. Thank you. Sorry, somebody just coughed over it there. Dolphin.
For.
Dyer.
For.
Ethan Gibbons.
For.
Eddie.
For.
Edgerton.
For.
Eckensmith.
For.
Ellenbrook. Councillor Ellenbrook, are you able to confirm your vote?
Monitoring Officer, Councillor Ellenbrook has left the meeting.
Thank you. Elliott.
For.
Evans.
For.
Fairman. Councillor Fairman, can you just repeat your vote for me again, please?
4.
Thank you. Farrington.
4.
Fitter.
4.
Flashman.
4.
Fong.
4. 4.
Formosa.
4.
Frank. 4. Frost.
4.
Gammon. 4. Giles.
4.
Hannaford.
4.
Harris.
4.
Harvey. Councillor Harvey, can you confirm your vote for me, please?
4.
Thank you. Hawkin.
4.
Hawkins.
4.
Hendry.
4.
Third.
4.
Hayward.
4.
James.
4.
Jenkin.
4.
Jewel.
4.
Jordan.
4.
Keelan.
4.
Kenny.
4.
Kirk. 4. Kirkham.
4.
Long.
4.
Luke. Councillor
4.
Luke. Oh, thank you. Colin Martin. Councillor Colin Martin, can you confirm your vote for me, please? I'll move on. John Martin.
4.
Massey, don't believe you return to the call. May.
4.
McKenna.
4.
McLenning.
4.
Mitchell.
4.
Monk.
I'm just probably about to vote a couple of minutes. I just need to get my
Excuse me,
vote.
I've just got a bit of background chatter there. So whoever that is, can you please mute your microphone?
No.
And Councillor Monk, can I ask that you reconfirm your vote, please?
4.
Thank you. Moorcroft.
4.
Maud.
4.
Musto.
4.
Nolan.
4.
Adrian Parsons.
4.
David Parsons.
4. 4.
Oh, I thought we got the echo back then. Jane Pascoe.
4.
Lionel Pascoe.
4.
Peter.
4.
Pears. Don't believe Councillor Pears is on the line. Pollard.
4.
Pugh.
4.
Rich.
4.
Robinson. Councillor Robinson, you able to confirm your vote, please?
4.
Thank you. Rogerson.
4.
Rouse.
4.
Councillor Rushworth, you able to confirm your vote, please? Come back to Councillor Rushworth. Sornby.
4.
Saunders.
4.
Seaver.
4.
Simmons.
4.
Tamlin.
4.
Taylor.
4.
Mike Thomas.
4.
Toms.
4.
Thank you. Towel.
4.
Wallace. Councillor Wallace, are you able to confirm your vote for me?
Yes, it's 4. Sorry, it has trouble with the
Thank you.
fingers.
No problem. White.
4.
Peter Williams.
4.
I'm not sure if Councillor Wills has returned to the call. That'll be no. Meeting producer, please can I just check some of these names with you? I don't believe Councillor Biscoe is on the call, but are you able to put, oh,
Councillor Biscoe is, and he's very sorry to have been away, but he'll abstain and stick around.
Thank you for your confirmation, Councillor Biscoe. Meeting producer, I believe Councillor Code may have left the meeting.
Yes, I can confirm Councillor Code is absent.
And I believe Councillor Colin Martin may have left the meeting too.
Yes, Colin Martin has left the meeting.
And I have no idea about Councillor Rushworth. So final vote, final call for Councillor Rushworth's vote, please. That's no vote recorded for Councillor Rushworth. Councillor Wallace.
I've already confirmed my vote. I said I had finger trouble.
Oh, sorry. Do apologise. Right.
Sorry, I'm happy to vote again.
It's the final one. I nearly made it to the end, members. Final one. So thank you for that, members. So I think that concludes the roll call, Chairman. If you just give us a few seconds to confirm the vote.
Chairman, I can confirm that that vote was carried, 85 votes for and 1 abstention. Thank you.
Lovely. And I'm very, very pleased to be able to say that has the whole recommendation has been carried now, so thank you so much. I'd like to reiterate the thanks I gave earlier on at the outset of this meeting to all the councillors, the panel members, the officers who worked so incredibly hard to get this to the stage where it is today. Thank you also to my fellow colleagues, my councillors, for bearing with us and battling through the IT obstacles to be able to take part to the very bitter end of today's meeting. Thank you very much for all your cooperation. Stay safe in the lockdown and look after yourselves. I think I'm going to end the meeting now. That's correct, isn't it?
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank
Thank
you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Cheers,
Thanks,
everyone.
Thanks, Louis.
Guys, bye.